ขอต้อนรับทุกท่านเข้าสู่การแข่งขันลากูน่าภูเก็ตไตรกีฬาครั้งที่ 29 จัดขึ้นที่ลากูน่าภูเก็ตประกอบไปด้วยโรงแรมอังสนาลากูน่าภูเก็ตโรงแรมบัญญันทรีภูเก็ตโรงแรมคาเซียภูเก็ตโรงแรมดุสิตธานีลากูน่าภูเก็ตโฮมสวีทลากูน่าทรายลากูน่าภูเก็ตรวมทั้งบัญญันทรีเวญ่าภูเก็ตโดยการแข่งขันครั้งนี้ได้รับการสนับสนุนจากจังหวัดภูเก็ตการท่องเที่ยวแห่งประเทศไทยและบริษัทการบินไทยจำกัดมหาชน
Some of the greatest triathletes in the world have raced here, and there is one reason why. It is one of the most beautiful locations that you could get. My name is Belinda Granger, and I will be doing the live English commentary for you today for what is the 29th year of this incredible race. 1994 was when the race first began, with a mere 198 competitors.
ลากูน่าภูเก็ตไตรกีฬาสนามไตรกีฬาระดับโลกในตำนาน Race of the Legends จัดมานานกว่า2ทศวรรษนะครับนักไตรกีฬาระดับโลกมากมายร่วมแข่งขันไม่ว่าจะเป็นไมค์พิกมาร์ค อัลเลนเครก อเล็กซานเดอร์พอลล่า นิวบี เฟรเซอร์คาร์เรน สไมเออร์รวมถึงเบลินดา เกรนเจอร์ที่นั่งอยู่กับผมณเวลานี้ด้วยนะครับ
Why Laguna Phuket Triathlon is called the Race of Legends? Well, Laguna Phuket Triathlon has seen legends in the sport, the superstars of triathlon from all over the world. We've had Olympic champions like Jan Frodeno and world champions Marinda Carfree, Chrissy Wellington, Paula Newby-Fraser, Mark Allen, Greg Welch, Mike Pigg. People, all these names from the history of the sport of triathlon have come through here. Craig Alexander, the list goes on. Carol Montgomery. Oh my goodness, just so many of these legends in the sport of triathlon that have come here to participate in this amazing Laguna Phuket Triathlon.
And we are getting ready for our opening ceremonies here down at the beach start. It is a beach start here today. Now the distances, well, quite unique distances for this race. 1.8 kilometers swim. And the greatest thing about this race with the swim is it is the first race ever to actually race in two different bodies of water. So the first swim in the Andaman, 1,300 meters in the Andaman Sea, the ocean, and where the competitors will then make their way up and over the sand and into the lagoon. Very difficult swim, 1.8 kilometre swim, 55 kilometre bike ride, taking on some of the toughest climbs on the island, and it finished off with a 12 kilometre swim. But we are down here on the start time today, 6:30 a.m. for our professional men, and 6:35 for our professional women, and 6:37 for our age group athletes. We have just on 1,000 athletes racing here today. So as I mentioned earlier, 1994, the first race, only 198 competitors. Today, 1,000 competitors. It has always been a very, very popular race, a great way to finish what's been a very long season for many of our professional men and women, and what a way to celebrate a great year of racing. Beautiful conditions here today, currently sitting at around 26 degrees Celsius. However, we know that temperature gauge is going to climb rather rapidly up to a high of 30 degrees Celsius. Humidity, 85%. That is what makes this race so incredibly tough. So while I said current temperature's currently 26 degrees. Feels more like 29 degrees. But very little wind blowing right now. You can see the calmness on the ocean. 16 kilometers an hour, the wind, but beautiful, beautiful conditions so far for this 29th year of Laguna Phuket Triathlon.
นี่เป็นบรรยากาศการแข่งขันลากูน่าภูเก็ตไตรกีฬาครั้งที่ 29 นะครับนักกีฬาเตรียมตัวที่จะเริ่มในประเภทแรกว่ายในทะเลเปิดนะครับระยะ 1,800 เมตร 1,200 เมตรในทะเลแล้วก็จะขึ้นมาที่ทะเลสาบน้ำจืดให้ครบ 1,800 เมตรนะครับหลังจากนั้นจะเป็นในประเภทของจักรยาน 55 กิโลเมตรก็ปั่นจักรยานไปตามสถานที่ต่างๆผ่านสถานที่ต่างๆมากมายด้วยกันนะครับและปิดท้ายด้วยวิ่งระยะ 12 กิโลเมตรนักกีฬากว่า 1,000 คนครับเริ่มเมื่อปี 1994 29 ปีที่แล้วมีเพียงหลักร้อยนะครับตอนนี้เกิน 1,000 คนจาก 69 ประเภท 69 ประเทศทั่วโลกนะครับแล้วก็มีนักกีฬาระดับชั้นแนวหน้านะครับโดยเฉพาะผู้บรรยายภาษาอังกฤษของเรานะครับเป็นอดีตนักไตรกีฬาระดับแถวหน้าของโลกนะครับเลนดาเกรนเจอร์จากออสเตรเลียนี่ครับภาพมุมบนนะครับที่ริมหาดก่อนที่การแข่งขันจะเริ่มในอีก10 นาทีข้างหน้านี้ครับ
Fantastic drone shot here of our athletes warming up in the Andaman Sea. We have 1,000 athletes racing here today. We have a great professional men's and women's field. It's a small field, but a very, very talented field. Unfortunately, our defending champion from the men's field, Charlie Quinn, while he is here, is unfortunately unable to race due to sickness, but great to still have him here. I'm sure he is down on ground, getting ready to cheer the athletes on. Wearing bib number 2 today, well, that is Rudy Wild from Switzerland. He has won this race many times on 3 occasions, back 2019, 2013 and 2012. He was second here last year. Wearing bib number 3, Anthony Costas from France. He has placed second here on 2 occasions. Newcomer, the young gun, Max Studer, all the way from Switzerland, is here. He will be bearing bib number 4. Joel Woodridge from Australia wearing bib number 5. Massimo Sagana from Italy, well, he is famous in these parts, wearing bib number 7. He has won this race on 4 occasions, 2007, 2010, 2011 and 2014. He also... And we have got Christoph Haddis wearing bib number 10 and Guy Crawford, bib number 8, Max Stapley, bib number 9.
Vice Governor of Phuket just wished you the best rest of the 29 years of Laguna Phuket Triathlon.
Absolutely wonderful. Kop Kun Kop, thank you very much to the Honorable Vice Governor and all of our VIPs, and we welcome in now to the start corral the male professional elite, the male professional and elite. Welcome in to the start area.
ตอนนี้นักกีฬาโปรชายและเอลิทชายนะคะเข้ามาเตรียมตัวที่จุดปล่อยตัวได้เลยค่ะ
Welcome in as we're getting ready to go for our 29th year here in beautiful Phuket, amazing Thailand, Laguna Phuket Triathlon. And at this time, we welcome in our male professional elite. And we'd like to introduce a few of the many here in the field. For the men, racer number 10, representing Poland, 2021 LPT champ, Christoph Hadas. Welcome racer number 9 from Great Britain. First time here at Laguna Phuket Triathlon. Look out for this young man, Max Stapley. Racer number 8 for the men. Representing New Zealand, he's an Ironman 70.3 champ. Welcome, Guy Crawford. Racer number 7, no stranger to Laguna Phuket Triathlon. 4-time champion. Welcome back from Italy, Massimo Sigana. Bib number 5. This young man hails from Australia. First time here to Laguna Phuket Triathlon, known as the Red Rocket. Welcome, Joel Woolrich. Bib number 4, representing Switzerland, 9th overall at the Tokyo Olympic Games. First time here. Welcome, Max Studer. Racer number 2, 2 times second place overall. We welcome back from France, bib number 3, Anthony Costes.
So what a fantastic
And bib
professional
number 2
men's field we have
today.
here today.
He is a 3-time champion, Olympian, and one of the fastest Ironman athletes on the planet. Please welcome back Rudy Wild.
And as I mentioned, Rudy Wild, he has won here on 3 occasions. Funny thing about Rudy Wild, he's actually retired. So he retired from professional triathlon a couple of years ago now, but he cannot resist this race. It's always been one of his favorite on the calendar. So great to have Rudy Wild back with us here today. Massimo Sigana, you know, he has won this race on 4 occasions, 2007, 2010, 2011 and 2014. He was 3rd here last year. But we are expecting a battle royale between the 2 Maxes. That is where it is going to be today. Max Stapley from Great Britain and, of course, Max Studer from Switzerland. 2 incredible athletes. Definitely more conditioned to the short course racing, so Olympic distance racing, but great to have these 2 here. We know they are going to be very, very strong. We expect to see them both lead the swim here today. They are by far the strongest swimmers in the field.
We will tell you 30 seconds, and then please wait for the horn.
ใช่แล้วค่ะตอนนี้เหลือเวลาอีก3นาทีนะคะ3นาทีเดี๋ยวเราจะส่งสัญญาณตอนอีก1นาทีและ30นาที
Now while you can see our professional athletes, our male athletes standing up, you're probably thinking, who are the rest of these athletes lining up here today? Well, they have a special thing this year in the race where we have the professional athletes and the elite athletes. So you can see to the right of our screen now, that is young gun Seymour Baston Callian. Now I know Seymour because he just took part in one of our Phoenix Futures camps that we just finished yesterday at Tanyapura Sports Resort. So Seymour, at only 17 years of age, is lining up today to test himself against the professional triathletes. So we have an elite category as well as our professional category racing together here today.
Make some noise!
Rudy Wild on screen now. He's here with his family. Loves coming here. He'll be staying for at least a week longer post-race to enjoy everything that Phuket has on offer. We've got Guy Crawford there with the distinguished moustache. He is here with his partner, Kate Bevilacqua, who is also racing in the women's field here today. As I said, fantastic conditions for the 29th year of this race. We are now in the hands of the starter.
Pro man, elite men, 1 minute!
อีก1 นาทีครับอีก1 นาทีการแข่งขันจะเริ่มต้นขึ้น สำหรับลากูน่าภูเก็ตไตรกีฬาครั้งที่ 29 นี่เป็นระดับมืออาชีพแถวหน้านะครับปีนี้ชาลีควินจากออสเตรเลียนั้นป่วยนะครับแชมป์เก่าก็ถอนตัวจากการแข่งขันไปแต่ว่าที่น่าจับตามองรูดี้ไวน์นะครับแอนโทนีคอร์เตสแม็กซ์สตูเดอร์โจวูดริชมาซิโมซิกาน่ากายครอฟอร์ดแม็กซ์สเตฟลีและคริสตอฟฮาร์ดัสนะครับอีกไม่ถึง30 วินาทีครับสัญญาณจากผู้ใหญ่ท่านรองผู้ว่าราชการจังหวัดภูเก็ตแล้วก็ผู้ให้การสนับสนุนจะให้สัญญาณนะครับออกสตาร์ทแล้วนะครับที่ระดับมืออาชีพครับมืออาชีพที่ออกสตาร์ทไปก่อน
And what an incredible start it was. So our professional males are underway. It is quite a fast and furious start here in Phuket because it is a downhill run into the ocean. You can see a little bit of a wave on there for them to navigate their way through. But already you can see that looks like Max Studer leading the way. We know the two Maxes, Max Studer, Max Stapley. Coming from a short course background, they are very, very strong swimmers. Max Studer, well, he's been in Beijing, China for the past 6 weeks with his coach, Brett Sutton. It was their coach that said to both Max and, of course, Julie Deron, racing in the women's field today, also from Switzerland, that they must come and do this race before they make their way back home to Switzerland for Christmas. But fabulous conditions here today. 1,300 metres. They will swim right now in the ocean in a clockwise direction. It's a rectangular course here before they make their way back out, up and over that hill. And you can see in the background there, they have a straight chute across the lagoon, 500 metres in the lagoon, before they make their way into transition and onto their bikes. Going into the women's field, well, what a great women's field we have here as well. Wearing bib number 31, we have Julie Deron from Switzerland. Wearing bib number 32, Dimity Lee Duke from Australia. Bib number 32, Kate Ross. Wearing bib number 34, Cassie Heaslip from Australia. Bib number 35, Alana Siffert from Switzerland. And bib 36, Kate Bevilacqua from Australia. Fantastic to have the likes of Julie Deron and Kate Woff here today. Both short course superstars. Julie Deron looking very, very likely to be lining up next year in Paris for the triathlon. As I said, she's been in Beijing the last 6 weeks training with her coach. And this will be the last race of the season for her. The same can be said for Kate Woff. What a season she has had this year. Incredible racing from Kate. She finished on top of the ladder in the series at the Super League. Amazing racing. She's only 24 years of age. What a future she has ahead of her. You can see them down on ground. So our elite females, our professional females.
หลังจากมืออาชีพของฝ่ายชายไปแล้วนะครับนี่เป็นมืออาชีพฝ่ายหญิงครับเตรียมที่จะออกสตาร์ทเช่นเดียวกันน่าจะตามองบิบตั้งแต่หมายเลขบิบ31จนถึง35 36นะครับอีก2 นาทีครับช่วงระยะห่างผู้ชายกับผู้หญิงกำลังจะเริ่มฝ่ายผู้หญิงนะครับนี่ครับบิบ31จูลี่เดรอนจากสวิตเซอร์แลนด์นะครับมี32เป็นดิมิทรีลิดุกนี่จากออสเตรเลียก็เป็นมืออาชีพของฝ่ายหญิงนะครับแล้วก็ยังมีดาวรุ่งแชมป์โลกอายุต่ำกว่า23 ปีจากสหราชอาณาจักรเกรทวอร์ดครับเกรทวอร์ดนี่เป็นตัวเต็งคนหนึ่งมาแข่งหลายคนเป็นดาวรุ่งที่มาแข่งที่จังหวัดภูเก็ตเป็นครั้งแรก
Right now on screen, that is Kate Woff, 24 years of age. Incredible young athlete. She's had an amazing season this year. She won the Super League Series. This is the longest distance she has ever raced over. So the longest before this was, of course, Olympic distance. She was silver at the World Triathlon Grand Final in Pontevedra. But it's going to be very interesting to see how she goes over this distance here today. Julie Deron, while we said she is a short course specialist, being a Sutto athlete, of course, she has raced over every distance. But we do expect the race here today to be between Kate Woff and Julie Deron.
เอาครับออกสตาร์ทแล้วในประเภทมืออาชีพหญิงนะครับ9นักแข่งด้วยกันนะครับถือว่าเป็นเบอร์ต้นๆของโลกครับ
So another great start here from our professional and elite women. That was Kate Woff that got off to a tremendous start. We did expect to see that she is the strongest swimmer in the world, in the field. Julie Deron, also a very strong swimmer, along with Alana Siffert, the youngest competitor here today at only 21 years of age. But that is Kate Woff off to the right in the blue suit, Julie Deron wearing the red speed suit. Just to tell you how closely matched these two women are, in the Paris test event this year, Julie Deron finished in 8th place, while Kate Woff finished in 7th place. So we are expecting a close race between these two ladies. They are very evenly matched. Julie Deron with way more experience over the longer distances. As I said, Kate Woff testing herself out of over this distance for the very first time. But what an overhead shot here today. You can see all the way up to our professional men.
And this time, we are going to count you down from 10.
And of course, that is our two Maxes right out in front. You can see what an incredible lead they already have. Max Stapley and Max Studer with a huge lead so far in this race.
นี่เป็นมืออาชีพชายนะครับที่ออกสตาร์ทมาก่อนนะครับดับเบิลแม็กซ์นะครับแม็กซ์สตูเดอร์กับแม็กซ์สเตปนี่สเตปลี่นะครับก็นำอยู่คู่กันนะครับกำลังจะเข้าสู่จุดโค้งเพื่อกลับเข้าสู่ฝั่งคู่กันเลยนะครับแม็กซ์สตูเดอร์และก็แม็กซ์สเตปลี่
And back with our professional women now, that is Kate Woff leading the way. Right behind her, about 2 body lengths back now, Alana Siffert from Switzerland, the youngest competitor in the field, along with Julie Deron, also from Switzerland. This has always been a very popular race for our Swiss athletes.
We'll see you very soon at your finish.
I know yesterday in the press conference, Max Studer was talking very highly of Rudy Wild. Rudy having raced here many, many times. Great to have Rudy back racing. He's won this race on 3 occasions. He was second here last year. Coming out of retirement for this race. I think that's just incredible. Both Massimo Sagana and Rudy Wild here racing, even though they are unofficially retired from the sport of triathlon. But look at this now, taking a slightly different route. You've got one of the athletes following our lead kayak, but just separating. And you can see, taking a bit of a look to make sure that he is going the right way. They will, I'm sure, make their way back towards each other. As you can see, all of our age group athletes, 1,000 athletes racing here today. Our age group athletes are now also underway. We have relay teams as well. But you can see already coming back together. A little bit of a mistake there, but you can see straight back together and straight back onto the feet. But that is our leaders out in front. Max Studer from Switzerland, and right on his toes, Max Stapley from Great Britain. Max Stapley was born in France, grew up in Canada and Australia, so he does have that slight Australian accent. But now, of course, racing for Great Britain and basing himself in Girona, Spain. He has a degree in philosophy and economics. Very bright boy, very well-spoken young man. But he has been here in Phuket for several weeks with his partner, Kate Woff. And absolutely loving the lifestyle, loving the food. Not such a fan of the heat and humidity. That is why they decided to get here quite early so that they could acclimate to the extreme conditions that we have here in Phuket. Some of the highest humidity you will find. I am from Noosa in Queensland, Australia, and we are renowned for our humidity, but it is nothing on the humidity that you find here in Phuket. Fantastic shot of the two men. You can see Max Stapley has now decided to help the other Max out, and he has taken the front.
ยังดูไม่ออกนะครับว่าใครจะถึงฝั่งเป็นคนแรกนะครับแม็กซ์ตูเดอร์กับแม็กซ์สเตปลีดูแล้วน่าจะขับเคี่ยวกันจนถึงช่วงสุดท้ายเลยครับมาดูกระแสลมนะครับดูเรือนำทางดูใบธงลมค่อนข้างแรงช่วงเช้าวันนี้นะครับอากาศที่ภูเก็ตนั้นก็เย็นสบายแต่ว่ากระแสลมแล้วก็คลื่นนะครับสังเกตมีต้องว่ายสู้กับคลื่นด้วย
But you can see that both Maxes really have swum themselves away from the rest of the professional men's field. That is a huge lead as they make their way towards the end of the first leg here. As I said, very, very unique swim here in Phuket. 1,300 metres in the ocean before they make their way up and over and into the lagoon. And then they will do a point-to-point swim in the lagoon. One of the things that makes this swim so incredibly unique and very, very difficult is the fact that they are swimming in very salty waters right now. So great buoyancy. Once they get themselves up and over and into the lagoon, it is a freshwater lagoon. It is extremely warm, and it honestly feels like you are swimming in quicksand. You almost feel like you are getting pulled under. So really, really tough. That last 500 metres actually feels like 1,000 metres. It really is hard, particularly because you've been in the salty waters of the Andaman. But these two men, they are absolutely flying right now, and they're going to give themselves a very, very handy lead going out onto the 55-kilometre bike ride. Now Max Studer from Switzerland, 27 years of age. He was 9th at the Tokyo Olympics, 11th at the Paris Test event. He was 6th at the WTCS race in Hamburg. Very, very strong athlete.
ผู้นำเวลานี้ยังเป็นแม็กซ์ตูเดอร์นะครับนี่อันดับ9จากโอลิมปิกครั้งล่าสุดที่กรุงโตเกียวตามมาด้วยแม็กซ์สเตปลีอายุ24 ปีจากสหราชอาณาจักรนะครับความยากของการว่ายน้ำในทะเลเปิดนี่คือออกไปแล้วนี่จะไม่เห็นฝั่งนะครับดังนั้นจะต้องมีไกด์ต้องมีเรือนำทางด้วยจังหวะดึงสโตรกยังเท่ากันอยู่นะครับแม็กซ์ตูเดอร์นำตามมาด้วยแม็กซ์สเตปลี
So both of these Maxes are, as we've mentioned, from short course backgrounds, both very, very strong. I know talking earlier this week to Max Stapley, he said his biggest concern was definitely going to be Max Studer, very strong on the bike. They are very evenly matched. And while I had my number cruncher, my statistic guru, Torsten Rader, try to draw me up a race scenario, very, very difficult because Max Stapley hasn't really raced anything over this distance. As we said, Olympic distance draft legal racing is his forte, along with Max Studer. So it's really difficult for us to come up with numbers for these guys over the longer distances. but we are very evenly matched over swim, bike and run. We've got Max Studer just slightly edging out Max Stapley on paper. But Max Stapley has been here for several weeks now. He would be acclimatised to these conditions. But for most of these athletes, it's the end of a very, very long year of racing. So it's going to be dependent on what they've got left in the tank, both physically and mentally here today. And the fact that this race is just a lot of fun. You know, it's not something that they take really seriously. It's about getting the race done and then enjoying everything that Phuket has to offer afterwards. We have one of what I think is the best awards nights on the planet for triathlon later tonight. Wonderful food, wonderful celebrations.
ผ่านไปเกือบ15นาทีแล้วนะครับกำลังจะขึ้นฝั่งจากทะเลสู่ทะเลสาบนะครับผู้นำยังเป็นแม็กซ์ทูเดอร์แล้วก็แม็กซ์สเตปลีตามมาแล้วมีกลุ่มที่ตามมาข้างหลังอีก3คนนะครับน่าจะเวลาห่างกันเป็นไม่กี่วินาทีนี่เป็นภาพมุมจากโดรนนะครับกล้องอยู่บนโดรนประมาณช่วงตัวเศษๆนะครับผู้นำแม็กซ์ตูเดอร์กับแม็กซ์สเตปลีที่ห่างกันอยู่
So our two lead men, our two Maxes, as we said, we've dubbed this race the Battle of the Maxes, are almost back on shore. Really, really tough. All their blood in the upper body, in the arms. They need to exit the water, make their way up and over this soft sand hill. Might not look like much, but I've done this race around 12 times and I know just how difficult it is. And they'll make their way up and over that sand hill, down the other side into the lagoon. And then they've got 500 metres left to swim. Fantastic race so far. These two joined at the hip. And you can see now starting to dolphin. And they are now making their way towards the sand. Out they get. Whoop, another little dolphin dive. We've got Max Stapley leading the way out with Max Studer hot on his heels. I have a sneaky suspicion we are going to see these two go head to head. And wouldn't it be a treat for us all if we have a sprint finish here today? But you can see just how tough it is. Soft sand as they make their way up and over. Down the other side. It definitely will feel like they are swimming in soup right now. Freshwater lagoon. They need to get that blood back up into the upper body again. But it does really feel like you are swimming in quicksand right now. What a lead they have over the rest of the professional male field.
สองผู้นำได้จบจากการว่ายในทะเลแล้วนะครับลงสู่ในทะเลสาบนะครับที่ตามขึ้นมาครับนี่กลุ่มที่ตามมา
So that is Guy Crawford on screen right now. Has always been a strong swimmer. But great to see Guy Crawford so far up the front. Currently in third position. He is here with his partner Kate Bevilacqua, also racing in the women's field. Great to have both of these athletes here.
มีกายครอฟอร์ดนะครับจากออสเตรเลียเป็นอันดับ3ในกลุ่มที่ตาม2 Max นะครับ
That is Joel Woolridge, the little pocket rocket. I'm very good friends with his father, Chris Woolridge, nicknamed Muscles. Known him for many, many years, so it's pretty special for me to see his son here now racing. Joel Woolridge, the youngest of our male pros at only 23 years of age, having a wonderful race so far.
นี่คือผู้นำและอันดับ2นะครับ Max Tudor ยังนำอยู่ยังไม่มีโอกาสแซงสำหรับ Max Stapley การปรับ ร่างกายในการว่ายนั้นแตกต่างกันนะครับน้ำทะเลกับน้ำจืด
And it is Rudy Wild also making his way down into the lagoon right now. Rudy Wild having won this race 2012, 2013 and 2019. He was second here last year. He absolutely loves coming back to Phuket every year. As I mentioned earlier, here with his family. Always great to have Rudy Wild back.
เมื่อสักครู่คนสุดท้ายที่เห็นนะครับรูดี้ไวน์จากสวิตเซอร์แลนด์นี่เลิกแข่งขันไปแล้วแต่ว่ากับลากูน่าภูเก็ตไตรกีฬานี่ต้องกลับมาครับเลิกไปแล้วแต่ว่ายังผูกพันกับการแข่งขันรายการนี้
ชิดขวา
ก็กลับมาแข่งอีกครั้งหนึ่ง
Beautiful stroke of Max Stapley up front. These two men making it look absolutely effortless in this lagoon.
นอกจากการแข่งขันที่งดงามแล้วนะครับดูบรรยากาศรอบข้างนะครับทั้งโรงแรมอังสนาลากูน่าภูเก็ตบัญญันทรีเคอร์เชียภูเก็ตดุสิตธานีลากูน่าสวิสลากูน่าภูเก็ตแล้วก็บัญญันทรีเวียภูเก็ตเราเห็นบรรยากาศรอบๆนะครับ
Well, this is very interesting, I must say. I did not expect to see that in the professional women's race. Obviously, we know we have Kate Woff from Great Britain leading the way there as well in that front group, along with Julie Deron from Switzerland and Alanis Siffert, our youngest competitor, also from Switzerland. But we do have an extra competitor in that lead group. I need to find out who that is. But we do know that is Kate Woff in the blue swim skin, Julie Deron in the red swim skin, along with Alana Siffert. But we mentioned earlier that for the first time ever, we have the professional men and women, and we have another special wave, the elite male and female category, which have been given the tick to start with the professionals. It gives them an opportunity to really gauge where they are in the sport of triathlon. So giving them that opportunity to swim, bike and run along the side, the likes of our professional men and women. But it is that black swim skin. I need to find out who that woman is because great race from her so far. And it looks like it is Alanis Siffert, the youngest competitor in the field, leading the way. Right behind her in the red suit, we have Julie Deron of Switzerland, and right beside her, Kate Woff from Great Britain. We are expecting Kate Woff and Julie Deron to be the two leading the way here today, similarly to the two Maxes. Of course, Kate Woff, the partner of Max Stapley, and Julie Deron, the training partner of Max Studer. And so our professional women and elite women making their way towards the end of the first part of this swim. So while they are making their way to the exit before they start the last part of the swim into the lagoon here in Phuket, we have our leaders. Max Stapley leading the way, Max Studer. I'm guaranteed to get this tongue-tied and twisted as the day goes on, the two Maxes, as they make their way towards the swim exit. They have a short run into transition before they make their way out onto this one big loop, 55-kilometre ride. Really, really tough ride here today. Lots of twists and turns, quite technical in sections. And then, of course, towards the end, the last 10 kilometres of the ride here, they have to take on the infamous Naton Hills. 3 hills, and while they may not be very long, around the 400 to 500 metre mark, they are incredibly steep. As our women, that is Alana Siffert from Switzerland, the first of our female elite, professionals to make her way up and over the sand hill. Right behind her, that is Kate Woff from Great Britain. And right now, Leading the way out of the swim, Max Stapley from Great Britain. He has a quick check behind. He will be fully aware that he has Max Studer right with him. Both of these men knew this would be the case. They know that they are by far the strongest swimmers in the field. They have a huge lead over the rest of our professional and elite men as they make their way to their bikes. Fantastic setup here in the Laguna Phuket Triathlon. Great shot there of Max Studer. 27 years of age. As I mentioned, was 9th in the Tokyo Olympics. We are expecting him to race again in Paris next year. But they're taking their speed skins off, so their swim skins off, and they will be out onto the bike course as we go to our lead females as they make their way 500 metres in the lagoon, a straight shoot from one side to the other. So, as we expected, lightning fast transitions for both of these short course specialists. Max Stapley, a regular in Super League, which is one of the fastest and most furious triathlon series you can find. Now, while today is a draft illegal event, so these men will be needing to keep 10 metres between each other. Quite technical to start as they make their way out of the Laguna Phuket course. And so while our two lead men are making their way out onto the bike course proper, we are back with our women as they make their way across the lagoon. They will be very, very shortly joining our professional men on this 55-kilometre bike course. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how Kate Woff deals with the longer distance here today. I'll be very interested to see what sort of bike she is riding. Of course, our short course athletes use road bikes, while our long distance athletes are more suited to the time trial frames. This course itself, well, I've raced it on both. I've used my time trial frame here in the past and also my road bike with clip-ons. You can see both of our lead men here opting for time trial frames. These are bikes that our short course athletes would not be so used to riding. They do 99% of their racing and training on time trial frames.
ครับนี่เป็นการแข่งขันในประเภทจักรยานแล้วนะครับหลังจากที่ขับเคี่ยวกันมาตั้งแต่ออกสตาร์ทครับแม็กซ์ตูเดอร์และแม็กซ์สเตเบลีตอนนี้เป็นแม็กซ์ตูเดอร์จากสวิตเซอร์แลนด์นะครับนำอยู่จะเห็นเสื้อออกสีแดงๆนะครับก็จักรยานจะแข่งกันอีก55กิโลเมตรก่อนที่จะเปลี่ยนเป็นการวิ่ง12กิโลเมตรนะครับกลุ่มผู้นำของผู้หญิงก็อยู่ในทะเลสาบในเวลานี้นะครับถอยครับยูเทิร์น
So Rudy Wild now making his way into transition and onto the bike. Big smiles from Rudy Wild. He's been a fantastic competitor here over the years. He will absolutely be one of the crowd favourites. So great to see Rudy Wild back. He's in no rush to make his way out onto this bike course, but as I said, second here last year, so anything is possible for Rudy Wild. As you can see, our lead females almost at our swim exit. Kate Woff deciding to take the lead towards the end of this swim. Beautiful swimmer. Really such a talented young athlete. 24 years of age. Cannot wait to see how this young woman races here today. Be very interested to see what sort of bike she gets on in transition. I was going to take a look earlier today, but didn't quite have the time to make my way up to the end of the racks where the professional women are, but they are almost at the swim exit. So she was our under-23 world champion back in 2022. She won that race in Abu Dhabi. She was the winner of the Super League series this year, so the overall champ. She had a fantastic series. She was silver at the World Triathlon Grand Final in Pontevedra and 7th place at the test event in Paris. So stellar year so far for Kate Woff.
นี่เป็นผู้นำของมืออาชีพหญิงนะครับเคทวอชจากสหราชอาณาจักรนี่เป็นแชมป์โลกอายุต่ำกว่า23 ปีผลงานยอดเยี่ยมมากนะครับปี 2022 และ 2023 ได้อันดับ 2 Grand Final แชมป์ซูเปอร์ลีกนะครับแล้วก็อันดับ 6 World Series แล้วก็กำลังจะขึ้นจากทะเลสาบนะครับผู้นำกลุ่มผู้นำของผู้หญิงนะครับเคทวอชนำอยู่
So beautiful long stroke of Kate Woff. I'll be very interested to see who that 4th swimmer is. I'm trying to get a number. But we know Kate Woff leading the way with Alanis Siffert and Julie Deron, both women from Switzerland. As expected, we expected to see these 3 women lead the way. That is Kate Woff first out now of the swim. Julie Deron hot on her heels. So terrific swim from these 2 women, short course specialists, both with a very good opportunity here to separate themselves. You've got Alana Siffert, our youngest competitor, trying desperately to stay in contact with these 2. Julie Deron, very, very strong bike rider. So I know if Julie wants any chance here, she really needs to create some sort of a gap on this 55-kilometre bike course. She is the strongest rider in the field. There is no doubt about it. She won Jared Mayer long course this year. Really strong over the short distance and the longer distances. So while we know she is a short course specialist, she has raced over just about every distance there is in triathlon, including the full distance. That's Alana Siffert there coming through. Oh, and Sophie Malawecki. So I did not realise that we have Sophie Malawecki from Australia. Well, this is a surprise. She was not on my original list of female professionals, but this throws a real spanner in the works because Sophie Malawecki is a brilliant athlete. Had a fantastic race at the Noosa Triathlon only 2 weeks ago. Well, here I was thinking it was going to be a 2-horse show with our women, but having Sophie in this race now, it has certainly just pushed out to a 3-race scenario here with our professional women as Julie Deron is first woman onto the bike. She is not mucking around. As I said, very, very strong cyclist. This course will suit her perfectly. Coming from Switzerland, she is technically brilliant. She is very, very strong on the hills. We have 3 hills towards the end of this race, as I said, peaking out at around 20%. So gradients of 20%, really, really tough climbs, and right at the end of the bike ride.
เวลาที่มืออาชีพหญิงว่ายในทะเลแล้วก็ในทะเลสาบน้ำจืดนั้น26 นาทีเศษๆนะครับไม่เป็นจูลี่เดรอนนะครับที่ นำเดี๋ยวน่าจะมีเคทวอล์ฟตามขึ้นมานะครับระยะทางเท่ากันครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นว่ายในทะเลเปิดในทะเลสาบน้ำจืดปั่นจักรยานแล้วก็วิ่งผู้หญิงกับผู้ชายมืออาชีพนี้เท่ากันเลยครับ
So interesting to see the bike choice for our professional women. That was Alana Siffert from Switzerland on a road bike. We have Julie Deron also on a road bike with clip-ons. Now, as I said, back when I used to race, I definitely raced with this setup more occasions than I did on a time trial frame. As I said, very, very technical, very, very hilly towards the end of this bike ride. All of our lead females choosing road bikes. Alana Siffert, it didn't even look like that she had clip-ons, so no aero bars for Alana so far. But Julie Deron with the clip-ons. Sophie Melawaki. I'm still in shock. Sophie Melawaki was not on my professional female list, but I have a huge smile on my face because this is brilliant. She was second in the Noosa Triathlon as we go back with our professional males. So that is Max Stapley on a time trial frame here today. So Max Stapley from Great Britain leading the way here for our professional male athletes as he makes his way around the back of the Laguna Phuket complex. Beautiful complex here in Laguna Phuket. We have a beautiful golf course on one side, our hotels on the other side. You can see the first part of this bike course, so about the first 10 kilometres of this bike course, quite technical. And wow, look at that lead. Max Stapley has separated himself from Max Studer. You can see Max Studer just coming into shot. But great gap that Max Stapley has been able to create between himself and Studer. That is Max Studer on screen right now. Max Stapley said to me earlier this week he does not want it to come down to a running race between himself and Studer because he knows that it is going to be a very, very difficult 12 kilometres. So doing everything possible to get that lead into T2. So let's hear from Max, a little interview we did earlier this week to get his thoughts about the race.
For sure, first of all, if you see it on social media or pictures, it looks really beautiful. Different nature to us in Switzerland, and especially now at that time we have snow, and here it's really warm and humid, so big changes in weather. But yeah, from seen from Rudy Wild, from him some insights, so really excited to race.
Of course, Max Studer from Switzerland here for the very first time. So for a lot of athletes that are racing here today, it is not only their very first time racing the Laguna Phuket Triathlon, but their very first time in Thailand.
ครับนี่เป็นแชมป์ตลอดการของนักไตรกีฬาไทยนะครับคุณเจเรจิรนัยกำลังหาจักรยานอยู่นะครับ
It looks like he had a little bit of problems there trying to find his bike, and you know, when you've got a sea of bikes, like 1,000 bikes, it's often very difficult. You think you know where your bike is, but it's like, oh, that's not my bike. But good to see Jere. He is absolutely the favourite here today for the Thai athletes. He's a brilliant athlete, has been training with Jürgen Zach for so many years now, and always wonderful to see Jere, the fastest of our Thai athletes, racing here today in Laguna Phuket.
ครับหาจักรยานเจอแล้วนะครับคุณเจเรนี่เป็นแชมป์ภูเก็ตลากูน่าภูเก็ตไตรกีฬาของคนไทยนะครับต่อเนื่องแล้วก็ยังแข่งต่อเนื่องเป็นประจำทุกปี
So So our lead female now, and it is no surprise to me, well, it's a surprise to me that she's actually here, but no surprise to me that she is actually leading. We know that she is in fantastic form. Second place at the Noosa Triathlon, the 40th edition of the Noosa Triathlon, only 2 weeks ago. The great Ashley Gentle taking her 10th win there. But Sophie Melawaki had such an incredible race. So, as I said, really thrown a little bit of a spanner in the works. But Julie Deron right on her heels. Julie Deron, one of the strongest riders in the field. It is going to be a great race today between these two women. Kate Woff will need to do whatever she can to limit that gap. We know that both Sophie and Julie will want to create a gap between themselves and Kate. Kate, probably one of the strongest runners, of course, very unknown over this distance. But our professional men, Max Stapley, creating a great gap between himself and Max Studer from Switzerland. He has that water bottle down his front to make himself as aero as possible. So if viewers at home are wondering what is that down the front of his race suit, it's just a water bottle, makes them way more aero.
ผู้นำครับผู้นำแม็กซ์เทเบลีจากสหราชอาณาจักรนะครับมีอันดับ3ที่เราได้รับรายงานมาเป็นแอนโทนีคอนเทสอยู่อันดับ3นะครับอดีตรองแชมป์2ครั้งครับก่อนแข่งบอกว่าจะเปลี่ยนจากอันดับ2ให้ได้แต่ว่าเวลานี้อยู่อันดับ3หรือว่าจะเปลี่ยนเป็นอันดับ1หรือว่าเปลี่ยนได้ตามที่หวังเอาไว้หรือเปล่านะครับนี่ผู้นำนะครับผู้นำหมายเลข9แม็กซ์สเตเบลีอันดับ2ยังเป็นแม็กซ์สตูเดอร์จากสวิตเซอร์แลนด์นะครับยังเป็นช่วงพื้นราบนะครับเดี๋ยวจะมีช่วงขึ้นเขาซึ่งถือว่าเป็นช่วงโหดสำหรับการปั่นจักรยานในภูเก็ตลากูน่าไตรกีฬาในครั้งนี้นะครับเพราะว่านอกจากความยากในการขึ้นเขาในการลงเขายิ่งยากเช่นเดียวกันนะครับนี่คือเสน่ห์ของการแข่งขันลากูน่าภูเก็ตไตรกีฬาในทุกๆครั้ง
So right now, Julie Deron from Switzerland leading the way for our professional women. Right on her tail, Sophie Melawaki from Australia. And Alanis Siffert also there. Great to see Alanis Siffert, the youngest of our competitors, 21 years of age. She does have her birthday coming up on Tuesday. So what a way to celebrate her 22nd birthday here in Phuket. I know her partner, Max Studer, currently in second place in our professional men's race. They are staying here until Thursday. They want to enjoy some downtime here in Phuket. What a place to have a holiday. What a place to celebrate the end of a long year of racing. And so Julie Deron from Switzerland, our lead female, amazing athlete. We got to sit down with Julie only yesterday.
Yeah, it's really a big opportunity to do my job as a professional triathlete and travel the world and see different cultures, different countries, experience everything. And I just spent a little bit of time with the Laguna kindergarten. I taught them just some basic stuff. I showed them the fruit, asked them whether they know the word in English. If they did, great. I might have asked them what the color is, if they know the color word in English, and if they didn't know the fruit, I would explain or mention the name of the fruit. So it's just a big opportunity to see the world, do my job, but also try and give back a little bit.
Giving back, this is one of the things I love about this race. over the many years, professional triathletes come here. Not only do they have an incredible time, they get an opportunity to give back to what is such a wonderful community here in Phuket. This program has been going for many years now, as we are back with our lead male, Max Stapley from Great Britain.
ยังเป็นแม็กสเตเบลี่นะครับจากสหราชอาณาจักรนำอยู่ครับสำหรับมืออาชีพชายดูจากเส้นทางผ่านตามชุมชนแล้วเดี๋ยวจะมีช่วงท้ายๆจะยากหน่อยนะครับเพราะว่าขึ้นเขาและลงเขา
Max looking really comfortable on his bike. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, time trial bikes aren't such a big thing for our short course athletes. They don't get an opportunity to get on them too often. But Max looking very comfortable so far. He was 5th overall this year at the Super League race in London. I was lucky enough to be there for that race. As you can see, more of our athletes. Now, while we have the Laguna Phuket Triathlon taking place right now, we also have our sprint distance triathlon getting ready to go. So they are over a distance of a 500-metre swim, 20k bike and a 6-kilometre run. So slightly longer run that we're used to for sprint distance. They do exactly one lap of the Laguna Phuket Triathlon course. And we also have a duathlon taking place here today. 4k run, 55-kilometre bike and a 12-kilometre run.
นี่เป็นกลุ่มนักแข่งไตรกีฬาระยะสปรินต์นะครับก็ย่อส่วนย่อระยะลงมานะครับสำหรับการแข่งขันลากูน่าภูเก็ตไตรกีฬาครับนี่ออกสตาร์ทแล้วนะครับไตรกีฬาระยะสปรินต์ก็มีนักกีฬานักท่องเที่ยวให้ความสนใจเป็นจำนวนมากนะครับซึ่งในปีนี้มีศิลปินนักร้องนักแสดงอย่างคุณเต๋าสมชายเข็มกลัดนะครับมาร่วมแข่งขันด้วย
One of the things I've always loved about this race, and I think I raced it around 12 or 13 times that I have raced here in Laguna Phuket. I've been coming since the early 2000s. But there is something for everyone. So, as I mentioned, we have the Laguna Phuket Triathlon here today as we go back with our professional females. That is Julie Deron leading the way. We also have our sprint distance race now underway and our duathlon. But something for everyone. We have our relay teams as well. But interesting fact with our women today, while we see Alanis Siffert, our youngest competitor on screen, it is her birthday on Tuesday, so she'll be turning 22 on Tuesday. Deputy Lee Duke just had her birthday on the 17th of November. Alanis, the 21st of November, and we've got Cassie Heaslip also racing here in our women's race, and her birthday's on the 23rd of November. And well, of course, I have to say my birthday here tomorrow. And that's one of the things I used to love about racing here. It always fell on or around about my birthday. And what a way to celebrate your birthday, I have to say. I used to love it. So I'm sure all of us will be celebrating in style tonight for the official awards. But very impressed with Alana Siffert's race so far, being able to stay with the likes of Julie Deron and Sophie Melawaki.
ครับก็เป็นของฝ่ายหญิงนะครับที่นำอยู่จูลี่เดรอนนะครับสักครู่บีจีนะครับเวเลน่าเกนเจอร์พูดถึงผู้แข่งขันมืออาชีพนี่อยู่ในช่วงเวลาวันเกิดนี่อันดับ1ผู้นำนะครับจูลี่เดรอนก็มีเป็นวันเกิดในช่วงเวลาแข่งขันพอดีนะครับทั้งลีดุกเกิดเมื่อวันที่17พฤศจิกายนนะครับแล้วก็มีซิฟเฟิร์ตเกิดเมื่อวันที่21พฤศจิกายนแล้วก็มี เฮสลิปที่เกิดวันที่ 23 ส่วนเมลินดาเกนเจอร์นั้นวันเกิดจะเป็นวันพรุ่งนี้นะครับก็ถือว่ามาฉลองวันเกิดที่ภูเก็ตเลยนะครับสำหรับเมลินดาเกนเจอร์ผู้บรรยายแล้วก็อดีตนักแข่งขันไตรกีฬาหมายเลขบิบ35นะครับอเลนิสซิฟเฟิร์ดนี่จากสวิตเซอร์แลนด์
So this race, as I said, has been going for many, many years. Great to have Paul Wilson, the Managing Director of the Laguna Phuket area. We got to talk to him earlier this week.
Yes, as ever, we're extremely excited to welcome everybody back for the 29th edition of the Laguna Phuket Triathlon. So I've been here about 10 years, but I have some colleagues who've been here all 29 years, and it's amazing for them to tell the stories about how this event has evolved over time, growing with participation from different countries around the world, and how the event setup has scaled up over time to be what it is that you can see this weekend. So very excited, and I'm sure all the athletes are too.
Of Laguna Phuket, Paul Wilson, amazing Managing Director, as we said, of the Laguna Phuket resort area. He has been such a great supporter of this race. All of the athletes here today, our professional athletes, being put up in one of the many incredible resorts here in the Laguna Phuket area. Really, they get spoilt rotten here, all 5-star accommodations. Really is a lovely race to come to. You can see our lead male, Max Stapley, really putting some time between himself and Max Studer. He's making his way towards the rubber plantation. You can see just a quick look behind to see where he is. Little chat, not sure. But Max having a very, very strong race so far. 55 kilometres on the bike. It is relatively flat, a little technical to start with, but relatively flat for majority of this ride, apart from that last 10 kilometres. And boy, do those hills in the last 10 kilometres pack a punch. You don't have the right gearing on your bike. I've seen so many athletes having to get off their bike and walk their way up these climbs. I've seen many having to weave across the road to try and make it up, but you can see he is 10 kilometres into the bike ride now. This is where it gets a little difficult to make a bike choice. You can see that most of our professional men have opted for time trial frames, and you can see the first part of this course definitely suited to a time trial frame, but it is that last 10 kilometres when it is definitely more suited to a road bike setup. Very, very technical. So while these climbs, these Naton hills, are very steep, they are also quite technical. As we go back to our lead females, they look like they have one of our male athletes caught up in that group. But you can see still quite technical as they make their way out of the Laguna Phuket area. Sophie Melawaki on screen right now. Just a little bit of a gap has been created between herself, and you can see up the road our two Swiss athletes, Julia Deron and Alana Siffert. Alana Siffert, partner of Max Studer. But Julia Deron looking very, very comfortable. Certainly not breathing heavily at all. Nice and relaxed. She is no stranger to the longer distances. This year, first place, Jeremia, a long distance race. She was also first in Jeremia. I think she's been first in Jeremia 3 years in a row. She also won Ironman Italy last year. She was third at Clash Daytona last year. This year, really focusing on that short course or Olympic distance racing with the hopes of making it to Paris. She has definitely satisfied the Swiss selection criteria to make it onto the team. Hasn't officially been selected as yet, but we know that she is highly likely to be on that team next year racing in Paris.
นักไตรกีฬาเหล่านี้นะครับก็ตระเวนแข่งขันไปทั่วโลกเป้าหมายอยู่ที่กีฬาโอลิมปิกที่กรุงปารีสในปีหน้านะครับก็มีหลายคนผ่านการแข่งขันระดับโอลิมปิกมาแล้ว
So you can see the beginnings of this course, very technical. We do have one side of the road closed to traffic. All of the athletes were briefed. They know racing in Thailand a little bit different to racing in other areas of the world. But that is Alanis Siffert on screen now, having such a great race. When you think about it, she doesn't even have clip-ons. So no aero bars for Alanis, going for the traditional road bike setup. Not doing her any harm so far. I'm really, really impressed with her racing. Turning 22 on Tuesday. So our two Swiss women leading the way here in the 29th year of this race.
เป็นอันดับ1และอันดับ2ของผู้หญิงสวิตเซอร์แลนด์ทั้งคู่นะครับอันดับ2เป็นซิฟเฟิร์ตอายุจะครบ22 ปีในวันอังคารนี้นะครับนี่คนที่ตามถือว่าเป็นดาวรุ่งที่น่าจับตามองมากในวงการไตรกีฬาระดับโลกนะครับส่วนผู้นำยังเป็นจรอนรุ่นพี่จากสวิตเซอร์แลนด์เช่นเดียวกันเส้นทางนั้นผ่านทั้งย่านชุมชนผ่านธรรมชาตินะครับ
Max Stapley leading the way. Beautiful cadence. He's obviously been doing quite a bit of training. He's been here for over 2 weeks now in Phuket. He's done a lot of recon on this course. He's ridden the bike course many, many times. It's given him an opportunity to get used to his time trial frame and also the roads here in Phuket. At the press conference yesterday, he definitely was admitting that he did not expect it to be so hot and humid as he makes his way out on to the motorway. So this is the motorway section of the course here in Phuket. Pure time trialing now. He will stay on this road for the next couple of kilometres. He'll then take a left-hand turn and he will be making his way towards those climbs. The Naton Hill climbs. But giving the thumbs up then, looking very comfortable, definitely in control of this race. Behind him we know we have Max Studer. So here, this has not changed. It's been the same situation now for the last couple of kilometres with Julie Deron from Switzerland in first, Alana Siffert from Switzerland in second. Sophie Melawaki currently in third place with Kate Woff holding fourth place. Now, if you're looking at the timing, so we do have official timing, and you're seeing that Kate Woff is in third and Sophie Melawaki does not register in our results. That's because I believe she's been entered in the elite race, but just to clarify, she is definitely in our professional women's field here today. And she is definitely holding third place. Sophie, one of our late entries into the professional field. Both of these athletes having come from Beijing. They've been based in China for the past 6 weeks, training with their coach there. So for both of these women, their very first time here in Phuket, their very first time racing Laguna Phuket Triathlon. We got to catch up with Alana Siffert earlier this week to talk about her very first time here in Thailand.
For me, it was my best season ever. I only started with triathlon in the summer 2021, so it was my second year as a professional, and I had some great races. It is my first time I will race the Laguna Phuket Triathlon. I am really excited to do this epic race.
For me as a sportsman athlete in triathlon, it's really important between the three sports, swimming, biking, running, to relax and recover between the sessions. And for sure, like treatments like that, recovery, massage and spa is really important. And it's for sure great that here in Thailand it's so big and so many different relaxing and spa things you can do as a sportsman.
So great to hear from Alana Siffert at only 21 years today. Her birthday on Tuesday, the youngest competitor in the field. As we go back with our lead professional male, Max Stapley from Great Britain. When you listen to Max speak, he has a very unique accent. You can hear a little bit of Aussie in there. British. He grew up in Canada and originally from France. Grew up in Canada and spent quite a bit of time in Australia where he gets that little bit of Aussie twang. But racing for Great Britain. So while Max Stapley has a very solid lead over the rest of his competitors, it is not the same case for our professional women, with Julie Deron, Alana Siffert neck to neck. Very, very close race between these two women so far. We know Sophie Melawaki not too far behind. And then Kate Woff a little further back. We'll try to give you some updates further back from our professional men. We know obviously that Max Stapley is leading, but it's looking like we have lost Max Studer. He is not coming up on our results. So Max Stapley leading. We've now got Anthony Costas from France in second. Definitely one of the strongest, if not the strongest cyclist in the field. Guy Crawford currently holding third place, and Massimo Sagana from Italy. Back in his day was definitely one of the strongest cyclists. Loves this course, knows this course probably better than any athlete out there on it right now. He's won this race 4 times before. He was third here last year. So great to see Massimo Sagana at 41 years of age, one of our oldest competitors racing, currently in 4th place. I will try to get an update and see where Max Studer is. He is not coming up in our results. He was in 2nd place. We're just hoping that he has not suffered some sort of a mechanical flat tire, but right now not coming up in our results. And it is Anthony Costas at the 25-kilometre mark on the bike. Anthony Costas currently in 2nd place, 1 minute 45 seconds down on our leader, Stapley. Right now on screen, our 2 lead females, Julie Deron and Alanis Siffert. We've got Dimity Lee Duke currently in 4th place and Kate Bevilacqua in 5th. So Dimity Lee Duke, actually I changed my mind. I told you Massimo Sagana knows this race better than anyone, but it is Dimity Lee Duke that probably knows this course better than any other professional athlete out there right now. Bases herself in Phuket, has been doing that for many, many years now, coached by Jürgen Zach, who lives here for a majority of the year. Dimity Lee Duke from Australia, from Western Australia, splits her time between WA and Phuket. So right now, bike results, that has changed. Obviously, we know Julie Deron and Alana Siffert are leading, with Kate Woff in 4th place. So this was earlier on in the bike ride. We know that Kate Woff was one of the first out of the water. So now, of course, our bike results for our males. Max Stapley leading the way. Max Studer, well, we know that he was in 2nd place. Anthony Costas in 3rd. But right now, we are missing Max Studer from our results. So we are hoping that it's just because his timing chip has not worked on one of the timing mats. But currently on our results, we have Anthony Costas now holding 2nd place, with Max Studer not showing up. We will try and find out if that is the case, that he's suffered some sort of a mechanical. But what we do know is that it is this man, this young man on screen now, 27 years of age, Max Stapley from Great Britain, with a solid lead, upwards of 1 minute 45 seconds over his competitors as he makes his way through the rubber plantations here in Phuket. So you can see those rubber trees on either side of the road. It's a really fast section of the course here. Predominantly dead flat. A few twists and turns, of course. Really great part of the course where the athletes are able to settle into some sort of a rhythm. But those temperatures are continuing to climb. It's currently at around 29 degrees Celsius. Feels like 32 with the humidity. So our lead females are now out onto the motorway. Nothing changed here, with Deron still leading and Siffert right behind. So impressed with the way Alana Siffert is riding here today. She is on the attack. Just not willing to sit behind Julie Derrin. She wants to do her fair share of the work up front. No error bars. Absolutely loving the way that this young lady is attacking this race here today. We know that she has been training in Beijing for 6 weeks with her coach. Quite a significant difference in age here between these two athletes.
มีการเปลี่ยนตำแหน่งผู้นำนะครับของมืออาชีพหญิงนะครับเมื่อสักครู่เราได้เห็นซิฟเฟิร์ตแซงเดรอนไปแล้วนะครับด้วยอายุที่ต่างกัน 5 ปีนะครับสวิตเซอร์แลนด์ด้วยกันซิฟเฟิร์ตนั้นแซงครับใช้จังหวะช่วงเวลาสั้นๆนั้นแซงเดรอนนี่อันดับ 3 ครับเคทวอฟ
So that is indeed Kate Woff on screen right now. Currently holding 3rd place, a great race from Kate. Very strong bike. I'm very impressed on her road bike with clip-ons. As I said, this is the first time that she's ever raced over the non-drafting format and certainly the first time over this distance. She's been here for 2 weeks now. She's part of the Phoenix team. We've just had one of our Phoenix Futures camps. Kate came out to speak to some of our young future superstars earlier this week at Tanyapura. It was great to have her there. Incredible athlete, 24 years of age. As we are back with our lead male, Max Stapley, partner of Kate Woff. They both came out to Tanyapura earlier this week to talk to our young athletes who were definitely starry-eyed, getting the opportunity to ask these two amazing professional athletes questions on what it was like to become a professional athlete, what it took to get there. Both athletes right now, Max Stapley leading the way in the professional men's field, Kate Woff currently in 3rd, but right up there with our lead females, so leading the way. Beautiful day here in Phuket. One of the hardest things about this race is certainly the conditions, very hot and humid conditions. They did predict rain, so great to see that that has not been the case so far. Great shot there of our lead females, Kate Woff. I was wondering where Kate was. She wasn't coming up on the results or the screen. She was always just behind our two Swiss athletes. This is new territory for Kate. We know that she's had an incredible season, coming out on top in the Super League series. Really stamping her mark and looking like someone that should definitely be considered for the British team to make the Olympic Games next year in Paris. I tell you, if I was a selector in the British team, I would not want to have that job right now. Really difficult job. Great Britain with so many incredible athletes. They are just so strong in triathlon and have been for the last several years now, not just over short course triathlon, but long course as well. Some of the greatest triathletes, particularly with their women. As you can see, Kate Woff leading the way. Behind her, Julie Derrin of Switzerland and Alana Siffert, also of Switzerland. So our lead females, our lead 3 females, with only seconds separating them. I'll try and get an update to you on just how far back Sophie Malawaki is. So great to see our lead three female making their way through this 55-kilometre bike course. And now, while it is the first time for all three of these women here in Phuket, we did get to catch up earlier this week with someone who's been here many, many times. In fact, he's been here more times than myself, which is saying something. The great Whit Raymond, been commentating here forever and a day. We got to catch up with him earlier this week.
What is unique about Laguna Phuket Triathlon is the place we are here in amazing Thailand. Absolutely beautiful, and the people are so wonderful. But it's also the end of the year, and it's a very good time for people to come and race here and have a big celebration with the Laguna Phuket Triathlon. And the uniqueness about the triathlon is the swim. It starts with two different bodies of water. You start in the ocean for 1,200 meters or so, and then you come into the lagoon and swim in the fresh water, and so that mixes it up. And then the bike ride is very, very difficult. It's flat for a good part, and then lots of steep hills, so very, very challenging. And of course, it's very hot and humid in Thailand. So this creates a unique opportunity to race in hard, tough conditions, but it's not so long.
So fantastic to have Whit Raymond with us yet again, one of the greatest commentators in the sport of triathlon. He has been coming here for so many years now, longer than myself. As we see on screen right now, one of the absolute superstars of Thailand.
นี่เป็นครั้งแรกของศิลปินนักร้องนักแสดงนะครับเต๋าสมชายเข็มกลัดครับอายุย่าง50ปีแต่ว่าด้วยให้สัมภาษณ์เมื่อวันแถลงข่าวเมื่อวานนี้บอกว่าทำเพื่อครอบครัวนะครับเพื่อลูกและภรรยารับปากไว้แล้วว่าจะทำแล้วต้องการจะจบการแข่งขันให้ได้เต๋าสมชายนั้นวิ่งมาราธอนปั่นจักรยานเป็นแต่ว่าว่ายน้ำไม่เป็นใช้เวลาในช่วงโควิดฝึกว่ายน้ำอยู่ปีเศษๆนะครับแล้วก็มั่นใจว่าจะจบการแข่งขันให้ได้ต้องติดตามนะครับว่านี่ว่ายเสร็จแล้วนะครับว่ายทั้งในทะเลเปิดแล้วก็ทะเลสาบน้ำจืดตอนนี้กำลังจะเปลี่ยนครับเปลี่ยนมาเป็นปั่นจักรยานทำสิ่งที่ตั้งใจเอาไว้หวังเอาไว้ว่าสักวันหนึ่งจะต้องมาแข่งขันในรายการลากูน่าภูเก็ตไตรกีฬาให้ได้แล้วก็ปีนี้เป็นปีแรกจะอายุครบ50ปีอีก2เดือนข้างหน้านะครับเต๋าสมชายเข็มกลัด
So one of the many superstars that have raced here in the Laguna Phuket Triathlon over the years. We always get one or two of the greatest celebrities that have caught the bug of triathlon, decided to give it a go, but always great to have them here in the race as we are back with our lead female, Julie Deron from Switzerland. Really looking so strong now on the bike.
นี่เป็นช่วงที่นักไตรกีฬาปั่นจักรยานผ่านเส้นทางธรรมชาตินะครับด้านข้างนั้นจะเห็นเป็นสวนยางนะครับสวนยางพารา
So anyone that's just joining us now on the live coverage, that is Julie Deron of Switzerland, currently leading the way here. The Laguna Phuket Triathlon, 55 kilometres on tap for our athletes today. Quite a technical course with some punchy hills to end the day before they make their way back to transition, where they will swap bike shoes for run shoes and take on the 12-kilometre run course. 2 lots of 6K loops for them here. Right behind Julie Deron, we know that we have Alanis Siffert and Kate Woff. So our top 3 females with only seconds separating them. We have Sophie Melawaki from Australia. In case you are watching or looking at the timing, Sophie Melawaki not coming up on our professional women's list. That is because she's accidentally been entered into the elite category, but she is indeed 4th overall in our professional women's race. As we go to another talk with our Managing Director of Laguna Phuket, Paul Wilson.
Laguna Phuket is always growing. We're always trying to think of new exciting facilities and attractions that we can add for our residents and for our hotel guests to enjoy. So in the last year or so, we've opened the Open Kitchen. It's a farm-to-table concept, a dining experience outside of the hotels. It's an independent venue at the center of Laguna, actually within our Laguna Park, which has many different attractions and activities for families to enjoy, all based around a lovely lagoon with beautiful lotus lilies, a visitor farm, which is about 2 rai of actual products of vegetables and fruits where people can learn about how and where their food comes from. So on top of Open Kitchen, we also have Laguna Wellness by BDMS. This is a very new, latest wellness clinic for people to enjoy with our partners BDMS, who are the leaders in medical tourism and medical wellness in Thailand. So we're very happy and excited for that.
Fantastic to hear from Paul Wilson, Vice President and Managing Director of Laguna Phuket, as we go down on course. So fantastic to have all of the school children out on course. This is a regular. It's been happening ever since I started racing back in the early 2000s. The community here in Phuket really get behind them, and someone has a lot of fun with it. But look at the excitement on these kids' faces. They really are amazing, and they really do push our athletes. Show so much enjoyment. But great to have the community out in full force here in Phuket. Wonderful, wonderful scenes down on the bike course here. So we're back with our leader. He's been our leader since the swim exit. Max Stapley really riding very, very well. He's created a significant gap between himself. We know Anthony Costas from France. He's been second here on 2 occasions. Currently in 2nd position. But at least a good 1 minute 45 in arrears of our leader as he makes his way towards the infamous hills of Naton. Kate Woff on screen right now, giving us a little wave as she goes through us, giving the kids on the side of the road. So we have got school children all over the course. Community spirit here. This race been going since 1994. So it really is an institution here in Phuket. It's grown so much over the many, many years that it's been on. Started with 198 competitors back in 1994. This year, with just on 1,000 competitors taking part in either the Laguna Phuket Triathlon, the duathlon, or the sprint distance triathlon, with a majority of athletes staying in the Laguna Phuket area in one of the many wonderful hotels on offer. Our top 3 females, none of whom have raced here before, let alone been in Thailand before. So we will be crowning a brand new champion here today. Will it be this lady on screen right now, Julie Aderon from Switzerland? Or will it be the likes of our youngest competitor, Alanis Siffert, also from Switzerland, or Kate Woff? These 3 women riding very, very well. This race, it's been dubbed the Race of Legends. We are going to be dubbing a new legend here today. So many incredible triathletes have raced here over the many, many years. Some of the best in the world, Jan Frodeno, Greg Bennett, Simon Lessing, Michael Raylert. I know Mickey Raylert has been here many, many times, loves this race, loves Phuket, loves the people, loves the culture. And with our women, Paula Newby-Fraser, McKeely Jones, Jackie Gallagher, Radka Carterfelt, and they've all come here and they've all left loving Phuket, loving Thailand. Amazing Thailand, as we know that is the main hashtag, and there is good reason, because it really is an amazing country. Phuket, an amazing place. I'm going to continue coming back here for year after year after year. It is my favourite place to finish the year. This will be my last trip of the year. It's been a busy year for me, but I absolutely love ending it here in amazing Thailand. Kate Woff just giving her back a little bit of a stretch. Julie Deron seizing that opportunity to retake the lead. This is where it's going to get interesting in this race. We know Julie Deron is not over the longer distances. Someone like Kate Woff, first time over this distance. We are racing in extremely hot and humid conditions. Cramping here, definitely something to think about. You can see Kate Woff was just getting out of that saddle, giving her lower back a little bit of a stretch. In the sort of racing that Kate Woff is used to, they do not stay down in those aero bars. They don't time trial. They're up and out of the bars all the time in their short course racing. Whereas today, down in those aero bars for majority of this 55-kilometre ride, that can cause issues with the glutes, with the lower back. But Kate doing the right thing by giving herself a little bit of time out, getting up off those aero bars, stretching out her lower back, stretching out those hamstrings, because the last thing we want to see coming into transition and out onto that run is for someone to cramp. Right now, this is when we get onto the course proper. So we are hitting the very first of the Naton Hills here for Max Stapley. You can see just how steep these hills are. He's having to weave himself across the road. Now, we know how strong Max Stapley is, and this is giving you a very good indication of just how steep the first of three climbs as he weaves his way, starting at around that 16 to 17%, peaking out at around 20%.
มาถึงช่วงยากลำบากของนักไตรกีฬาที่เข้าแข่งขันในครั้งนี้แล้วนะครับในช่วงบริเวณนาทรนะครับสังเกตผู้นำนะครับแม็กซ์สเตปลีเวลาปั่นนี่ก้นไม่ได้ติดอานเลยนะครับเพราะว่าเป็นทางขึ้นเขาดูครับดูก้นไม่ได้ติดอานแล้วต้องมีเทคนิคในการปั่นนะครับไม่ใช่ปั่นทางตรงครับต้องเหมือนซิกแซกเพื่อใช้พละกำลังให้น้อยที่สุดเลยครับนะครับแล้วเมื่อสักครู่ได้เห็นภาพช้าจังหวะที่เคทวอล์ฟนั้นน่าจะมีอาการตึงหรือว่าเจ็บกล้ามเนื้อทำให้จูลี่เดรอนนั้นแซงกลับมาเป็นผู้นำและนี่ช่วงลงเขาแล้วนะครับ
So now Max Stapley has made his way up and over that first climb here today. You can see just how steep that first climb is. And now he has a very technical descent to make his way through. This is probably, to me personally, the toughest part of the bike. It's not so much getting up those hills, it's making sure you stay upright on the descents. Keeping to the middle of the road, towards the sides of the road, it can get quite slippery with a little bit of moss. Very humid conditions in Phuket all year round. You can see Max taking no unnecessary risks as he makes his way down. The first of three descents. Really smart racing from Max here today. Taking his time. He does not want to crash. So once he makes his way down the first descent, he will have two more very similar climbs and descents to go. making his way all the way down to Naton Beach. So right now, almost there. He'll make his way across Naton Beach, the last bit of flat section here before he then will continue to make his way up and over the next of two really steep climbs, peaking out at 20%. Beautiful part of the course here. You've got Naton Beach to the right. So right now, going through one of the many aid stations on the course. Big shout out to all of our volunteers on course today. Probably one of those races where volunteers have the most important job of the day, providing the necessary hydration for our athletes. Impossible to get through this race without hydration. Absolutely key to making it through to the finish line. Beautiful part of the road here in Phuket. He'll be wanting to get as much hydration in as possible before he starts the next climb here out of Naton Beach and towards transition here in Laguna Phuket. Julie Deron now pushing a big gear. Typical Sato style. As she makes her way towards those hills and Naton Beach. So far, Julie Deron looking very much in control of this race.
มีผู้นำผู้หญิงนะครับจูเลียดรอนโดนเคทวอล์ฟแซงไปพักหนึ่งแล้วก็กลับมาเป็นผู้นำอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะครับจูเลียดรอนจากสวิตเซอร์แลนด์บรรยากาศ ก็มีกิจกรรมให้นักไตรกีฬาได้
So on screen just then, of course, Kate Bevilacqua from Australia taking part in one of the most amazing cooking classes that our professional athletes are able to take part in, cooking up what looked to be a very delicious pad thai, I have to say. And look, one of the greatest things about coming to Thailand is for sure the food. It is my favourite food in the world. We get absolutely spoilt here in Laguna Phuket, getting to experience the incredible flavours of Thailand, wonderful food, wonderful hospitality. Our professional athletes have been here, most of them since Tuesday, Wednesday. They get to participate in many of the incredible activities, one of those being cooking classes. And Kate Bevilacqua showing us how it's done there with a very delicious looking pad thai. One of my favourites for sure, as we can see Max Stapley making his way up and over yet another of those climbs. This one not looking too steep at the moment, able to stay in the saddle. He's really riding these hills very, very well. Almost at the top, able to take a drink. Really important that these athletes continue to hydrate consistently throughout the race. So you can see now making his way down the other side. Lots of signs out on course to make sure that athletes take care. Very technical descents. We saw on that first descent, Max taking no risks. see now making his way down the other side. And while Max makes his way down and almost towards, I think he's got around just under 10 kilometres to go. We're going to take a short break and go to Guy Crawford, one of our professional men here from New Zealand, who got to take part in our Thai boxing classes earlier this week. And one of the greatest things about Thailand, about amazing Thailand, is getting to experience new and wonderful activities. And Guy Crawford looking like he was in his element right now. So great to see Guy Crawford getting out of his comfort zone there and trying something new. Guy Crawford's short tip, stick to triathlon. And back with our professional women as they make their way towards Naton Hills, getting cheered on by all of the school kids that are out here in force today. The community gets behind this race every single year. There'll be kids out all over the course cheering on our athletes, not just our professional athletes, but our age group athletes as well, willing them through this course. Right now we can see that it is Julie Deron leading. I can see Kate Woff right behind, but I cannot see Alanis Siffert. So we know that the three women have been together. That is definitely Julie Deron on the front. Kate Woff was third athlete back. It was either an age group male or one of our elite males in between, but I didn't quite see Alanis Siffert there anymore, so it'll be interesting to get an update on whether Alanis has now dropped back. And you can just see, look at the grimace on Max Stapley's face. Really is, I cannot tell you, I am actually getting goosebumps here watching, because I know just how difficult these climbs are. For sure, the most difficult climbs I've ever had to do in any triathlon race around the world. Truly test you to the core as he makes his way up almost at the top right now. But you can just see the pressure as he zigzags his way. I remember when I used to race here, and you would just be wanting this section to be done with, because it didn't matter how many times you'd gone over these hills in training, you knew on race day it was going to be something different again. And really, it's just that section of the course where you just have to grit your teeth and just get your way up these hills any way possible. But you know that once you make it through this section of the course, it's basically downhill and flat all the way into transition. So we're only around between 8 and 10 kilometres to go before Max Stapley makes his way towards T2 and can swap out those bike shoes for run shoes. So he is almost there. And while Max Stapley is almost through that toughest section of the course here today, Julie Deron has it all to look forward to. But Julie Deron, coming from Switzerland, very, very used to climbing, and we know that she will handle these climbs with ease. See, that sun is out in full force now. Currently sitting at about 29 degrees Celsius, but feels like 31 degrees, 82% humidity. And that wind blowing at only 16 kilometres an hour.
ครับนี่เป็นมุมสูงของจังหวัดภูเก็ตนะครับซึ่งถือว่าเป็นแหล่งท่องเที่ยวระดับโลกนะครับดึงดูดนักท่องเที่ยวมาเป็นจำนวนมากสมกับที่เป็น Amazing Thailand นะครับมีทั้งชายหาดมีทั้งกิจกรรมกีฬาทางน้ำมากมายนะครับให้นักท่องเที่ยวจากทั่วโลกมาเยือนด้วยความประทับใจนะครับมีทั้งเรื่องของอาหารเรื่องของที่พักเรื่องของแหล่งธรรมชาติกิจกรรมต่างๆมากมายนะครับสมกับเป็น Amazing Thailand อย่างแท้จริงครับจังหวัดภูเก็ตเป็นสถานที่ท่องเที่ยวมีเมืองเก่าที่ต้องมาเป็นจุดเช็คอินนะครับก็นักท่องเที่ยวทั้งของเมืองไทยเองนะครับชาวไทยเองแล้วก็จากทั่วโลกมาท่องเที่ยวนะครับเปิดประตูกว้างสำหรับการท่องเที่ยวจังหวัดภูเก็ตนะครับ Amazing Thailand มีทะเลมีชมธรรมชาติทางน้ำนะครับก็มีการจัดแข่งขันกีฬาระดับนานาชาติมากมายด้วยกันแล้วก็มีเส้นทางปั่นจักรยานที่สวยงามนะครับสัมผัสธรรมชาติอย่างแท้จริงนี่คือความงดงามของจังหวัดภูเก็ตนะครับเชิญชวนนักท่องเที่ยวชาวไทยและทั่วโลกมาเยือนถือว่าเป็น Amazing Thailand อย่างแท้จริงครับ
My first time here and also my first time in Thailand, but I think it's really exciting, great nature, and looking forward also after the race to spend some days here and experience Thailand more.
So right now, Julie Deron from Switzerland leading the way. She makes her way down towards Naton Beach. She's made it up and over the first of the climbs here. Very, very skilled rider, technically brilliant on a bike, as you'd expect from an athlete from Switzerland. As she makes her way down towards Naton Beach. Such a beautiful beach here in Phuket. And on screen now, Julie Deron leading the way. Kate Woff from Great Britain in second and Alanis Siffert in third. You can see Alanis Siffert just starting to fall off the back of these first two women. We expected Julie Deron to be the stronger of the three, particularly when it came to this part of the course. But Kate Woff definitely holding her own here so far. Naton Beach there on the right. They'll make their way through Naton Beach. Right now, around 10 kilometres left to go for our professional female leaders. Deron taking on some much needed hydration. Really, really clever, not only to get that hydration in, but to pour it all over you, just to keep that body temperature down as low as possible. That temperature gauge is continuing to climb. As we are back with our lead professional male. He's been leading this race since the swim exit. He has probably only about 6 to 7 kilometres left to ride before he makes his way back into transition. He has a solid lead over the rest of the professional male field. You can see now he has now completed all of the climbs here. And it is a flat race for Max Stapley now. Flat all the way back to transition. Literally, I would say around 5 kilometres left to go for Max Stapley. We're not sure where Max Studer is right now. We know that he was in second position behind Stapley, but he has disappeared from our results. This could be either a chip malfunction or he could have had a mechanical. We will have to wait to see once we get into transition exactly where Max Studer is on course. We know that Anthony Costas from France is making his way through the field, so he's currently on our result list as being in second place, with Guy Crawford from New Zealand in third. We're just waiting to see exactly what has happened to Studer. It could be, as I mentioned, that his timing chip just hasn't worked on a couple of the timing mats out on course. I'm hoping that's exactly what's happened. Otherwise, the only alternative is that he has had some sort of mechanical out there. But right now, it is this man on screen, Max Stapley, as he makes his way across the back of Laguna Phuket. Only a few kilometers left for Max now. The run course here for the athletes today, as you can see, the golf course off there to the left, that will be part of the run course here. 2 lots of 6-kilometer loops, taking on road, pathway and the golf course. They don't run on the grass on the golf course. They will be running on the pathways around the golf course. But what that golf course does do when they are on those pathways is that it makes it incredibly humid. So really, really tough section of the course as they make their way through that golf course. We've had many athletes leading the race onto the run, and they get onto that section of the golf course and all of a sudden the cramps start. I know Emma Pallant-Brown has been leading the race here in Phuket, and that golf course section of the run has been her undoing. Let's hope that's not the case here for our professional men and women today. So Max getting himself ready to swap bike shoes for run shoes. And while he is leading here today, we know that Anthony Costas from France is not too far behind. So let's go to a short clip that we did with Anthony about amazing Thailand and why he continues to come back here year after year.
So I really love Thailand and Phuket because, of course, I lived there 2 years. I like the country and experience because, well, of the eternal sun. That's a big part for me, for good training, good facilities, and then, yeah, just the lifestyle in Thailand. Everything is possible, everything is easy, people are very kind, and that's really what I like here.
So great to have Anthony Costas from France here with us yet again. He's finished second here on 2 occasions, and so far looking likely to finish on that podium again. Of course, we still have a 12-kilometer run left to go as Max Stapley makes his way towards the entrance of Laguna Phuket. Those athletes that he's overtaking right now in the sprint distance triathlon. So while we have the Laguna Phuket Triathlon taking place, we also have the sprint distance triathlon and the duathlon. Lots of different events, so there is something for everyone. One of the greatest things about this race is coming here with family and friends, and there is always an event for everyone, including the relays. As you can hear our school kids cheering on our lead male. Max will be very, very happy with how the race is panning out for him so far as he takes that right-hand turn towards the Laguna Phuket entrance. Lots of construction happening here in Phuket right now. It is a very, very popular place. Lots of expats, lots of people from overseas moving here, taking on the Thai way of life. Amazing Thailand. It's not been given that name. There's been a reason for it. It really is amazing. Laguna Phuket, wonderful part of Phuket as he makes his way in to the resort area. You can see getting ready now, shoes undone. He is literally meters away from making his way into transition. He'll take one last left-hand turn. The run here predominantly flat, but what makes this run particularly hard is obviously the conditions. Really hot and humid, not much shade.
เข้าสู่จุดเปลี่ยนจากจักรยานเป็นวิ่งอีก12กิโลเมตรนะครับผู้นำผู้ชายคือแม็กซ์สเตเบลีจากสหรัฐอาณาจักรนะครับ
So great bike ride for Max Stapley. 1:24.54 for Max today. He had a swim time of 24:05 over the 1.8 kilometre swim and 1:24.54 over the 55 kilometre bike ride. Let's see what he's got now for the run. 12 kilometres on tap for the young Brit. Looks around. Very, very handy lead. He doesn't need to do anything silly now. He can work his way into this run. He knows he has a sizable gap back to second place. And the great thing for Max, he will be out of sight, out of mind before the next athlete makes their way into transition. For sure right now, Max Stapley looking the goods. Really for this run, it's all about trying as hard as you can to keep that heart rate down, to keep that body temperature down. He needs to use every single aid station out on that run course now to cool himself down. I've seen many an athlete with a really big lead going out on the run, and all of a sudden on that second lap out of nowhere, the cramping starts, the delirium starts. It really is tough. So our lead females, well, Max Stapley, the first of our professional men, now out onto the 12-kilometre run course. We have our Swiss athlete, Julie Deron, leading the way, making her way up and over the hills in Naton. Very, very impressive. We knew she would be. Extremely good bike rider. This is when you are very, very happy that you are on a road bike. The difference being you can see that she is able to change gears. Her gears are on the handlebars, making it very, very easy to change gears. As the second of our athletes make it in, it is indeed Anthony Costas from France. So Anthony Costas now in second place. We're not sure what's happened to Max Studer from Switzerland. We know he was out of the swim, up there with Max Stapley. But this is Anthony Costas of France making his way now out onto the run course. He's been second here on 2 occasions, and again holding second place as he heads out onto the 12-kilometre run course. Oop, little bit of a mistake there as he goes the wrong way. Easily done, but handling it like a true professional, not getting stressed, staying nice and relaxed. He's raced here before. He knows how difficult this run is. As we can see some of our media from the Phoenix crew down on ground. Several of them, their athletes racing here today. so far, our lead two males looking very in control. You can see Anthony Costas doing everything he can, heading out in the first stages of its run to keep himself cool. Sponges.
So my strategy, knowing the race, is that you have to adjust your pace for the heats, keep some energy for the night on hills, and then the run also you have to hydrate a lot and try to keep your cool until the end.
So Max Stapley just going past that 1 kilometre mark on the 12 kilometre course here. This is about the only slight rise in the course. So you can see a slight uphill. He'll then take a left-hand turn and make his way towards the golf course. But so far, Max Stapley looking very much in control as he makes his way past a lot of our sprint distance athletes. Our sprint distance athletes today, 1 6 kilometre loop, whereas our Laguna Phuket Triathlon distance athletes, 2 of these loops, so 2 6 kilometre loops to equal 12 kilometres. Max looking very, very smooth on the first of 2 laps of this run. I cannot see this young man being beaten here today. I'm calling it very, very early, that he really does look very, very smooth, very relaxed, very much in control of the race. There's no heavy breathing. He'll now make a right-hand turn, heading towards the golf course. And this is where it gets a little tough because it is just so humid. The moisture from the golf course, it really is like running through a rainforest. You can see he will take a right-hand turn now, making his way on to this section of the run through the golf course. Big long loop that they need to do now. A great overshot view from the drone as they make their way along the side of the golf course. As Max makes his way past many of our sprint distance athletes. Great cadence on Max so far. Nice long stride. I've always said to Max that once he finishes with his short course career, I have absolutely no doubt that he will be very, very strong over the middle distance triathlon. Middle distance, the PTO distance of 100 kilometres as well, become very, very popular over the last few years. I know it's something that Max is definitely intending on doing once he's finished with his short course career. He's in no hurry, of course. Such a young athlete with such a huge future ahead of him. He's now 2 kilometres into this 12-kilometre run. He has around 2 minutes 20 over our second place, Anthony Costas. I can give you an update that in third place, so this is really great to hear. Max Studer from Switzerland, still in the game. In third place, Josh Wooldridge from Australia. At only 23 years of age, our youngest male competitor. Into transition in fourth place, and Guy Crawford from New Zealand, rounding out our top 5 in our professional men's field. So Max Stapley leading the way here on screen. Anthony Costas from France in second. Max Studer from Switzerland in third. Josh Wooldridge from Australia in fourth. And Guy Crawford from New Zealand in fifth, heading out onto the run. But Anthony Costas with a fantastic ride. Very, very strong rider. Just under a minute, so around 40 odd seconds separating Anthony Costas and Max Studer. We know Max Studer Studer, one of the fastest runners in the field. So will he be able to bridge that gap across to Anthony and make his way into second place behind this man on screen now, Max Stapley.
นี่ผู้นำของฝ่ายชายนะครับแม็กซ์สเตปลีดูแล้วทางจะไม่มีใครแซงได้แล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทิ้งห่างอันดับ2อยู่มากในระดับที่ตามยากเลยครับเพราะว่าแอนโทนีคอร์เทสนั้นเพิ่งจะเปลี่ยนนะครับเปลี่ยนเป็นวิ่งได้เมื่อสักครู่ที่ผ่านมาเองนะครับแอนโทนีคอร์เทสมีโอกาสได้อันดับ2เป็นครั้งที่3นะครับได้ที่2มา2ครั้งส่วนแม็กซ์สเตปลีถ้าไม่เป็นตะคริวน่าจะไม่ผิดพลาดนะครับ
So right now, back with our professional females, we've still got Julie Deron leading the way from Switzerland with Kate Woff from Great Britain holding second place. This is exactly what we anticipated before the race started here today. These two women have been inseparable throughout the swim and the bike as they make their way back to transition. Not long to go now for these women. Great racing from Kate Woff. First time over this distance. Really impressive racing so far. We know that Alana Siffert from Switzerland, who was originally with these two women, is now back in third place. Dimity Lee Duke up into fourth place. Kate Bevilacqua in fifth and Cassie Heaslip holding down sixth. We must also mention Sophie Melawaki. So our leaderboard, Julie Deron, Kate Woff and Alanis Siffert, our top three females. We know that Sophie Malawaki also up there. Unfortunately, for some reason, unbeknownst to me, entered into the elite category, so is not showing on our professional category results, but she is, of course, indeed a professional athlete. And we do know that Sophie is right up there in the thick of it all. But great to see Dimity Lee Duke. This is a second home for Dimity. She's lived here for many, many years now, having another very strong race here in Phuket. She was second here last year. Much stronger field this year. So we see a great shot of Max Stapley, our leader. But going back to Dimity, she's been coached by Jürgen Zach for years now. She's been living here in Phuket for years, swapping out her time between WA, Western Australia, where she is from, and Laguna Phuket. We got to catch up with Dim just a few days.
It's a great opportunity to be exposed to new facilities and new medical health and wellness centres here in Phuket, and none other than Laguna Wellness by BDMS Phuket is available here in Canal Village. And yeah, it's a great opportunity for us as athletes to come and get a health and wellness check, from blood tests to making sure that everything's aligned and we're fit and healthy to conquer our next race.
So that was Dimity Lee Duke of Australia. She just celebrated her 40th birthday on the 17th. So on Friday, Dimity Lee Duke turning 40. As we are back with our lead females, Julie Deron making her way into the Laguna Phuket Resort area. Less than 1 kilometre remaining for Julie Deron. She starts to unclip those shoes in preparation for transition. Kate Woff already with shoes off, making sure there'll be no mistakes before she enters T2. We will truly have a race on our hands now. If I was a betting female, a betting woman, you would go with Kate Woff as being the stronger of the two here in the run. But as I said, first time for Kate Woff over this distance. This distance, nothing new for Julie Deron. So if experience has anything to do with it, Julie Deron, definitely the more experienced of two, as we have a little bit of a hiccup here. This happens, and it is part of the experience here in Phuket. The athletes are warned that these close because it is a resort area. We can't always close the roads down completely, but these women, true professionals at their craft, as Kate Woff, the first of the professional women into transition. Deron very close behind. Great racing from these women. Such professionals. As they make their way now, they will rack their bikes. Run shoes will go on, and they will then make their way out onto the run course. One of the things that all of our short course athletes have over our long course athletes is their speed through transition. And wow, Julie Deron out of there already. So Julie Deron, while she was second into transition, will be first out onto this run. Kate Woff right on her heels, right behind, getting in some nutrition early. Longest race for Kate Woff. She's used to racing over either the 5K or 10K, so the sprint distance or Olympic distance. That looked like it might have even been a little bit of anti-cramp spray that she's taken on then, but looking very, very good as these two women head out. You can see already Woff not content to stay in second place. Beautiful, beautiful runner. So now Kate Woff leading the way. Julie Deron from Switzerland right behind. So the second of our men, good to see. Thank you out there. We've got so many great cameramen and spotters keeping us updated here in the studio. But that was Max Studer from Switzerland. He has now overtaken Anthony Costas from France as expected. I didn't think it had happened this quickly, but shows the caliber runner of Max Studer. So now we have Max Stapley from Great Britain leading the way in the men's race, and Max Studer from Switzerland currently in second place, as his fellow teammate Julie Deron from Switzerland also holding second place to this young woman on screen, Kate Woff. So while Kate Woff leads the women's race, her partner in crime, Max Stapley, leading the men's race.
เวลานี้ผู้นำทั้งฝ่ายชายและหญิงนะครับเป็นสหราชอาณาจักรนะครับแม็กซ์สเตปนีและก็เคทวอฟ
And that is Anthony Costas from France, currently in third position, having a really great day. So he was second into transition and onto that run. He has been overtaken by that man on screen right now. He is running beautifully. So Max Studer looking really, really good on the run in second place, while Anthony Costas from France now into third. Great close-up shot of our lead female. Very, very smooth. Breathing is under control. I can tell you now from experience, as she gets all the cheers, she makes her way through Canal Village. So really important that Kate takes in hydration at every one of those aid stations out on course today. Hydration absolutely key in getting through this run. Kate Woff, while she is very, very young, 24 years of age, showing maturity well beyond her young years here so far. So all of those other athletes that you can see out on course are part of our sprint distance triathlon taking part here today. Great shot there of our leader, Kate Woff, and right behind her, we've got Julie Deron in second. We know Alanis Siffert is in third. So for sure, the fastest out on course right now. Really running very, very well. Max Studer, one of the on athletes, currently in second place, excuse me. The battle of the Maxes, as we expected. It'll be interesting to see if that time gap is coming down. We know that it was upwards of 2 minutes off the bike, so it was a decent gap between our leader, Max Stapley, and second place on screen now, Max Studer. And while it's looking like Studer is the faster of the two, it's only a 12-kilometre run here today. So I would say that Stapley would have to have something go dramatically wrong in order for Studer to catch him. But beautiful running so far from the Swiss athlete. What's interesting this year is normally at this race, we always get the long distance athletes. So in the sport of triathlon, obviously we have our short course athletes, that's over the sprint distance and Olympic distance, draft, legal racing. And we have our long distance athletes, which is over the middle distance and full distance triathlon. Of course, that is non-drafting, so draft illegal. But this year, great to see we have some of our best short course athletes in the world coming here to Phuket, coming here to Thailand for the very first time. And I always love when we get a mix of short course and long distance athletes racing over a distance, a hybrid distance that's not really a distance that either athlete race over. Great drone shot of our lead female, Kate Woff from Great Britain, as she makes her way around the golf course. Just fixing up that number belt. So it is compulsory for our athletes to wear the number belt during the run. They must have it on, and they must have it on the front. As we can see, our lead male, he has now completed 1 lap. So 6 kilometres done and dusted for Max Stapley from Great Britain. He now has 1 lap left to run. This is a great opportunity for him too to see just how far back his competition is. So he will get eyes on second placed Max Studer. He will see the lead that he has, and it will motivate him to keep on pushing. It's always a good feeling when you know you've got a decent gap between yourself and your pursuers. Oh, hello, Justin Granger. I can see my husband there taking a picture of Max. Of course, Justin and I have been coming here for many, many years. Since the early 2000s, we would not miss it.
มาดูผู้นำของคนไทยบ้างนะครับเจเรจิรนัยครับนี่เป็นประเภทสุดท้ายของเจเรจิรนัยแล้วนะครับเข้าสู่ช่วงวิ่ง12 กิโลเมตรครับไม่ห่างนี่เป็นยอดฝีมือของคนไทยนะครับเจเรจิรนัยและนี่ยอดฝีมือของมืออาชีพแม็กซ์สเตปลี
And you would have to say Jere Jeranai from Thailand, one of the most popular athletes in Thailand. Not only a great athlete, but one of the nicest human beings you will meet. Has been doing the sport of triathlon ever since I can remember. Great to see him out there again racing. So you can see now the gap that has opened up between our first place female, Kate Woff from Great Britain, And Julie Deron, you can just make her out there in the background. So Kate has been able to separate herself from Julie Deron. She makes her way round the golf course here. Looking very comfortable. Definitely in control. And I have no doubt that that gap between herself and Deron will continue to increase over the next 8 kilometres of this run. So while our lead female makes her way through lap 1 of the 12-kilometre run here today, Max Stapley leading the way. For our professional men, he is on to lap 2.
นี่ครับผู้นำตอนนี้เป็นสาราจักรทั้งสองคนนะครับทั้งแม็กซ์สเตปลีและนี่คือเคทวอล์ฟมีโอกาสที่แชมป์ในปีนี้นะครับแชมป์ลากูน่าภูเก็ตไตรกีฬาจะเป็นสาราจักรทั้งสองคนนะครับเพราะว่าคนที่ตามเคทวอล์ฟมายังห่างๆนะครับสำหรับเดรอนยังไม่เห็นจูลี่เดรอนนะครับในระยะประมาณ 3-40 เมตรยังไม่เห็นนะครับมาแล้วจังหวะ9จังหวะวิ่งของเคทวอล์ฟยังไปได้สบายๆรอบแรกนะครับ6กิโลเมตรรอบละ6กิโลเมตรครับผู้ชายนั้นแม็กซ์สเตปลีเข้าสู่รอบที่2ไปแล้วนะครับส่วนเคทวอล์ฟยังอยู่ในรอบแรกในช่วงปั่นจักรยานนั้นยังเป็นฝ่ายตามจิลลี่ดรอนนะครับพอเปลี่ยนเป็นประเภทสุดท้ายแล้วนี่ออกสตาร์ทนี่นำเลยนะครับแล้วก็ห่างขึ้นไปเรื่อยๆสำหรับเคทวอล์ฟอายุ24 ปีผลงานยอดเยี่ยมนะครับนี่เป็นแชมป์โลกอายุต่ำกว่า23 ปีผลงานปีนี้เองนะครับติดอันดับหลายรายการด้วยกัน
So Max Stapley from Great Britain. We just had a shot on screen of his partner, Kate Woff from Great Britain. So these two both doing a tremendous job leading the way for our professional males and females. Max about to make his way onto the golf course for the second time. So as Max makes his way onto the golf course for the second time, we know that his partner, Kate Woff, has made her way around the golf course and is now on her way back to completing lap 1 of a 2-lap run course here today. Wonderful shot of Max making his way around the golf course with the Laguna Phuket residences in the background. As I mentioned earlier, such a wonderful place to stay. Some beautiful hotels. My favourite, of course, the Banyan Tree. Been staying there for many, many years. This year I'm staying at Angsana. Love it. Just wonderful. As we see the run results so far, Max Stapley from Great Britain leading the way. Max Studer from Switzerland around that 2-minute mark behind. And then Anthony Costas from France holding 3rd place. So while this man leading the way, further down we know Joel Woodridge from Australia is currently in 4th position on the run. Rudy Wild from Switzerland has now made his way up into 5th place, so great racing from Rudy. Let me tell you, Rudy, the retired professional triathlete, still racing very, very well. At 40 years of age, along with Massimo Sagana, one of the oldest in the field. We've got Guy Crawford in 6th and Massimo Sagana from Italy in 7th place. So that is the standing for our men so far on the run course. But Max Stapley on screen now with a 2-minute 26 lead over Max Studer. I'm loving these drone shots here. Puts everything into perspective as our leader makes his way around the golf course for the second and final time. Max made sure that he could be as used to these conditions as is humanly possible. I'm not sure you ever get used to the conditions here in Phuket, but he's been here for a couple of weeks now with his partner Kate Woff. They've been doing quite a bit of training with Jürgen Zach. They've been over the course many, many times. Max even mentioned that he was sneaking out onto the golf course because of this golf course closed during the day for athletes. You are not allowed to run along this golf course during the day, but he would wait until later at night when it was closed, and he'd make his way around there just to get a really good feel of this run course. So he really has, he's left no stone unturned, and it really is paying off for him right now. And the same can be said for this young woman on screen. Again, making sure that she's getting plenty of calories in. This is the longest race that she will have ever done. So she's making sure that she continues to take in those calories, to take in that nutrition. She's got sponges down the front to keep herself cool. It's quite an exposed part of the course right now. There's not much shade. You can see that we've got a slight covering of cloud, which will be just provide the athletes with a little bit of comfort. Not much, but a little bit of comfort. But really hot and humid conditions. So our lead male, our lead female, both doing it in style right now. You can see that 9-kilometre mark on the ground. So 3 kilometres left to run for our leader, Max Stapley. He looks like he is in absolute cruise control. Super impressed with the race today. He attacked those climbs, but he was sensible on the descents, making sure nothing was going to go wrong. Plenty of professional athletes have crashed here before. He's kept his cool on the run. You can see sponges doing everything he can to keep that body temperature down. He may only have 3 kilometres left to go, but he knows if he doesn't continue to look after himself on this run course, anything could happen. Those cramps could start to come into play. But really, such an impressive race from the Brit, with a handy lead over second place, Max Studer. I did think it would be a little closer affair between these two, but Stapley really taking control of this race on the bike. As our lead female, Kate Woff, making her way past Angsana Resort. That's where all the professional athletes, or a lot of the athletes, are staying. It's where I am staying. It's a beautiful resort right on the beach here in Vang Tau Bay. She will make that left-hand turn fairly shortly. We'll take her back through Canal Village and on her way back to transition. And that will be one lap done and dusted for Kate Woff. The only downhill section here in the race. But we are looking and what I believe is the next superstar in short course racing. She was our under 23 world champion last year. She's had a great season so far this year. You can see second place male there making his way back on lap 2. So you can see this is a little T section that they do on the course. So they come off the golf course, and you can see right there that was Anthony Costas. So still quite close racing between second and third. So while we've got Max Stapley making his way down the far end of this T section, it's the longer end of the T section. You had Max Studer beginning that T section. It's the shorter end. So this is the last opportunity coming up once Max Stapley makes the turn up the end of this section of the run course. It'll be his last opportunity to get a really good view of just how far back Studer is, as well as Anthony Costas. So right now, Kate Woff making her way towards transition. Only a few hundred meters left for her to go. She'll make her way in through transition, do a loop through there before she then makes her way back out onto the run course. It'll be a really good opportunity for her to see just how far behind Julie Deron is. Looking very, very comfortable. Nice controlled breathing. Beautiful, relaxed shoulders. Great stride length and cadence. We know that Kate Woff is such a fantastic runner. She is definitely the fastest runner in this field here today. The only unknown that Kate had over her head was the distance, was the fact that she'd never raced over this distance before, is not used to the non-drafting format.
นี่เป็นผู้นำของผู้ชายนะครับเหลืออีก2กิโลเมตรจะเป็นแชมป์นะครับแม็กซ์สเตปลีจากสหราชอาณาจักรเหลือ2กิโลเมตรเท่านั้นไม่น่าจะมีอะไรผิดพลาดนะครับเพราะว่าจังหวะก้าวจังหวะดึงแขนยังไปได้สบายๆครับแม็กซ์สเตปลีและนี่ผู้นำของฝ่ายหญิงนะครับสหราชอาณาจักรเช่นเดียวกันครับเคทวอฟครบ1รอบครับครบ6กิโลเมตรแล้วเหลืออีก6กิโลเมตรฝ่ายชายนั้น2กิโลเมตรสุดท้ายของผู้หญิงรอบสุดท้ายอีก6กิโลเมตรมาถึงตรงนี้ไม่น่าจะปฏิเสธเลยนะครับว่าสหราชอาณาจักรจะได้แชมป์ทั้งชายและหญิง
So Max Stapley, with probably less than a kilometre to go, or around that 1 kilometre to go, he's about to make his way past the Angsana Resort here in Laguna Phuket. He will then make that right-hand turn down into Canal Village. So he is very, very close to being crowned our 2023 Laguna Phuket Triathlon champion. Right now, Angsana Resort there on the right. About 30 metres to go and he will make that right-hand turn. Such impressive racing from this young man here today. Never even looked like he was giving up that lead. Beautiful race from Max Stapley. And we are back in transition. So Julie Deron currently in second position, making her way out onto that second lap of the run. 6 kilometres left for Julie. So while Julie makes her way out onto the run course again, we have this young man on screen right now, our leader. He's been our leader since the gun went off at 6:30 a.m. this morning. He will be our winner here today. You can see there, 1 kilometre left to go for Max Stapley. He makes his way down into the canal village. So you can just start to see a little bit of the strain on his face. I would say that is more from the conditions that he is experiencing right now. Very hot, very humid. It is that mix of heat and humidity that makes it feel much warmer than it actually is. We're currently around that 32 to 33 degrees mark. But you can see right now, making his way through Canal Village. Once he gets out the other side, it'll be a left-hand turn for Max. Last aid station right now for him to go through. Big cheers for Max from everyone, as he now makes his way back towards transition and that finish line, something I'm sure he has been looking forward to ever since he hit the pavement here on the run.
กำลังจะถึงเส้นชัยแล้วนะครับสำหรับแม็กซ์สเตปลีจากชนะอาณาจักรครับแชมป์แน่นอนครับแม็กซ์สเตปลีมาแล้วก็ทิ้งห่างอันดับ2อันดับ3ไม่ต่ำกว่า 2-3 นาทีเลยครับอีกไม่กี่ร้อยเมตรนี่คือว่าที่แชมป์ลากูน่าภูเก็ตไตรกีฬานะครับจะบอกว่าเป็นแชมป์เลยก็ว่าได้ก็ถือว่าเป็นหนึ่งในตัวเต็งนะครับในการแข่งขันคราวนี้นะครับสุดท้ายแล้วก็ไม่พลิกโผครับไม่พลิกความคาดหมายสำหรับแม็กซ์สเตปลี
So right now, Max Stapley on your screen. The young man racing for Great Britain. Born in France, he grew up in both Canada and Australia. When you listen to him talk, you can hear that slight Australian twang that's still there. He is flying towards this finish line. You can see now, about to take that last right-hand turn onto the blue carpet. We will change cameras now, obviously, down to our finish line cam as he makes his way onto the blue carpet here. He knows he's got it.
Here right now in the white, you see him coming in. We are ready. He's got the British flag, the Union Jack, coming into the finish. Welcome in 2023 Laguna Phuket Triathlon Men's Champion from Great Britain, Max Stapley.
What an amazing race from this young man, Max Stapley from Great Britain, taking his first win here in Phuket.
Here, we should be seeing
wonderful, wonderful race from this man.
Max Studer, I believe, of Switzerland, reported to still be in second as we're welcoming more sprint finishers in. And Max Stapley from the UK, first time here and putting his
มา
name
แข่งเป็นครั้งแรกนะครับสำหรับแม็กซ์สเตปลีแล้วก็คว้าแชมป์เลยโอ้โหสุดยอดครับ
for Laguna Phuket Triathlon champions at our 29th anniversary.
So Max Stapley, our champion for 2023 here at the Race of Legends in amazing Thailand in a time of 2 hours 32:54. And while Max is home and hosed, we now have second place male Max Studer from Switzerland. Fantastic run from Studer.
Switzerland, Max Studer.
So as expected, our two Maxes coming home in first and second place here today, congratulating each other on the finish line. Wonderful run from Max Studer.
Megan Davies. Oh, we just had Megan a while ago.
Coming home in a time of 2 hours, 34 minutes and 10 seconds. And on screen right now, currently in third position, Anthony Costas of France. Great race from Anthony. It was always going to be a hard task for him to hold off Max Studer. Such an incredible runner from Switzerland, but Costas doing a really good job himself. He will come home in third place today as he makes his way towards that finish line. So Anthony Costas from France coming home in third position.
Each and every year, a husband Sandro doing the LPT. And here we go. Third place overall. Welcome back to Laguna Phuket Triathlon from France, Anthony Costas.
So our third place finisher here today, Anthony Costas from France. Really strong race from Anthony. He really made his moves on the bike. We expected him to do that. Very, very strong rider, but very impressed with how he held it together on the run. Only the fastest runner in the field, Max Studer, able to overtake the Frenchman. So our top three here today, Max Stapley from Great Britain coming home on top in first place, Max Studer from Switzerland in second, and Anthony Costas from France in third. As we are back with our lead female, Kate Woff from Great Britain. She has not slowed down at all. If anything, she looks like she's increased her pace. She's increased her cadence, running very, very well. We know Julie Deron from Switzerland in the second place. And then we are just waiting to see. We know that it is very, very close between Alana Siffert from Switzerland and also Sophie Melawaki from Australia, with Dimity Lee Duke a little further behind. But Sophie Melawaki so far running very, very well.
นี่เป็นผู้นำของนักไตรกีฬาไทยนะครับเจเรเชียรนัยนี่ผ่านรอบแรกไปแล้วนะครับผ่าน6กิโลเมตรแรกไปแล้วส่วนผู้หญิงยังเป็นเคทวอล์ฟนะครับนำอยู่ใกล้จะถึงเส้นชัยนะครับมาเป็นนักไตรกีฬาจากสหราชอาณาจักรทั้งสองคนนะครับ
So Kate Woff now making her way around that golf course for the very last time here today. Once she exits this golf course, she will make a hard right-hand turn, complete that T section at the back end of the course, before then making her way back towards that finish line. In second place, we have Julie Deron from Switzerland, around 46 seconds down now. Actually, it's now out to about 1:09 down. So it was 46 seconds at last check. At the 8-kilometre mark, it was 1:09. So Kate Woff well and truly in control of this race here today. In second, Julie Deron. In third, it looks like we have a change in third place. It looks like Dimity Lee Duke has now been able to make her way up into third place. That's incredible, but actually not surprising. Dimity Lee Duke, as I said, knows this race course better than anyone on this course today. She bases herself in Thailand for a majority of the year, has been doing this for many, many years now. She was second place here last year. When the going gets tough, that's what suits Dimity Lee Duke best. It looks like she has now taken control of third place with Alanis Siffert falling back into fourth place. So stopping there to take in some much needed hydration. Even though Kate knows she's got control of this race, she knows that this is this time, that final 3 kilometres of the run. This is when anything can happen. And she's making sure that she does everything within her power to continue moving forward. She doesn't want any cramping to take place. She knows what a tough, tough competitor this lady on screen is. Julie Deron from Switzerland. One of the toughest competitors in the sport of triathlon. Really smart racing from both these women here today. But around 3 kilometres left to run for Kate Woff. So while our women are on their way, or almost on their way home to the finish line, we're going to go back down to the finish line with an interview on our winner.
How you feel about it? Yeah, I mean, I can't ask for much more. That race had everything: heat, hills, and tough competition. So to come away with the win, I'm ecstatic. Yeah, so I went out really hard in the swim. Thought try to get a gap, but he was right behind me. And going out onto the bike, I thought he was going a bit too slow. So I went over him, and all of a sudden the gap kept going out and out and out and out and out. And so I just said, okay, well, this is how I'm going to try to win the race. Full gas, and we'll see what happens. Yeah, on the run I had my heart rate, and I knew I couldn't go over a certain heart rate, otherwise I would fall over like a fly. So I stuck to my data, and I'm thankful that it worked. Yeah, I mean, I can't ask for any more. Thank you to the people of Phuket, thank you Laguna, and Kapung Ka. All the best.
And what a great finish line speech from Max Stapley. He is a true character of our sport, and we need that in the sport of triathlon. Never shy to say it as it is, but that's what we love about Max Stapley. Wonderful, wonderful race from him here today. Max Studer coming home in second place. Anthony Costas in third. Great race from our youngest competitor, 23 years of age, Josh Wooldridge from Australia. Really great to see Josh have a good day here. He'll be very happy with fourth place. And rounding out our top 5, well, it's no other than our legend here in Phuket, Rudy Wild. So well done to Rudy Wild from Switzerland, rounding out that top 5 here for our professional men. As we go back with our lead female, she's making her way down the far end of the T section of this course. Once she makes that turn, she will be making her way towards that finish line. It'll be her last opportunity to see where her competitors are. She'll know she has a solid lead over Julie Deron, over that 1 minute mark. So like Max Stapley when he was at this particular point in the run, the same can be said for Kate Woff. Well and truly in control right now. Still looking really, really good. She'd be in uncharted territories. Longest she's ever gone for in a race. Julie Deron just completing the first end of that T section. So in second place right now. We know that in third place, now Dimity Lee Duke from Australia. Great race from Dimity with Alana Siffert holding fourth. Sophie Melawaki also still up there. But some great racing from these professional women here today. Next year, we'll be celebrating the 30th year of the race. It'll be a big celebration. remember being here for the 20th anniversary of this race. To think that next year will be the 30th. Unbelievable. But now making her way back towards the finish line. She's completed that T section. She'll get one last opportunity to see where Julie Deron is. I'm sure it will bring a smile to her face. She will know that it's upwards of over that minute mark. Still looking very, very good out there. Beautiful turnover. Nice and relaxed in the upper body. And the reason I keep telling you this is because I know exactly what it feels like, these final kilometres of the run, when the heat and humidity really starts to take its toll on your body. And this is when it's all about your mind. It's all about just staying in control, convincing yourself that you've got this. Last opportunity before she gets back out onto the main section of this run to take in some fluid. The volunteers at this aid station doing such a fantastic job here today, as they do every single year. It is the only way that these athletes can make it through the course. I've always said racing in Southeast Asia, it's always been not just about the physical, but about the mental. Because it really does start to get tough right now. And you're continually having these mind games telling yourself that you've got this and it's under control. As she makes her way now towards the Angsana resort. So a couple of kilometres left for our leader, Kate Woff. Julie Deron from Switzerland in second, now also making her way back towards the finish line. Wonderful racing from these two women. Julie Deron, 27 years of age. Has been in Beijing, China for the past 6 weeks training with her coach. Looking highly likely to be chosen on Team Swiss for the Olympics next year. This young woman definitely on the Great Britain's radar for being someone that could make the team for Paris. She now makes her way down towards Canal Village. Just over that 1 kilometre mark left to run for Kate Woff. You can see now, almost in Canal Village. I'm sure she is well aware that her partner, Max Stapley, has taken the win here today. I'm sure it's motivated her all day long. And now Kate Woff will also take the win here today. Both athletes here for the very first time. First time racing here in Thailand. First time ever in this beautiful, beautiful country. As Julie Deron also making her way now towards Canal Village.
อีกมาเหลืออีกไม่กี่ร้อยเมตรแล้วนะครับสำหรับแชมป์ฝ่ายหญิงนะครับเคทวอฟ อันนี้ที่2นะครับที่2คือจูเลียเดรอนนะครับจูเลียเดรอนจากสวิตเซอร์แลนด์ก็มีอยู่ช่วงหนึ่งขึ้นเป็นผู้นำในการปั่นจักรยานนะครับพอเปลี่ยนเป็นประเภทสุดท้ายนี่เคทวอล์ฟนำแล้วน่าจะเป็นการนำจนถึงเส้นชัยเลยครับ
ปล่อยรถเบรกให้เขา
หลั
วิ่
ง
ง
จาก
ผ่าน
ที่
ไป
เพื่อนสนิทอย่างแม็กสเตปลี
รอด
เข้าเส้นชัยเป็นที่1ไปแล้วนะครับนี่เคทวอล์ฟกำลังจะได้แชมป์นะครับมาแข่งครั้งแรก
ไปเหมือนเดิมตามเหมือนเดิม
ก็สมศักดิ์ศรีกับการเป็นแชมป์โลกอายุต่ำกว่า23 ปีเมื่อปีที่ผ่านมานะครับ
ไม่เป็นไร
ก็ดูครับว่าจะยืนระยะได้ขนาดไหนนะครับสำหรับเคทวอล์ฟเพราะว่าจูเลียเดรอนนั้นก็มีก๊อก2ก๊อก3นะครับเร่งขึ้นมาเรียกว่าลดช่องว่างให้ห่างเหลือน้อยลงนะครับจูเลียเดรอนยังมีโอกาสว่าดูมีทีมงานนะครับยังประมาทไม่ได้ครับสำหรับเคทวอล์ฟที่จะเป็นแชมป์แต่ว่าดูยังยิ้มได้ครับหันไปมองครับมีหันไปเหลียวมองข้างหลังว่ามาใกล้หรือยังสวมหมวกนี่มั่นใจมากครับ
So right now, increasing her speed towards the finish line. Kate Woff, as she takes that final turn down towards the carpet, down towards the finish line. Spectacular race from this young British athlete here today, racing for the first time over this distance. Zipper goes up.
Her very first time here.
Smiles all round. Kate Woff will take the win here today. She grabs the British flag, just like her partner Max Stapley did. Big smiles on her face. Kate Woff
From Great Britain
will be your winner here today.
2023 Laguna Phuket Triathlon Women's Champion, Kate Woff.
Amazing race from her today. Kate Woff, brilliant, brilliant stuff. She's got one of the most beautiful smiles in the sport. She's had such a sensational year this year. Big congratulations from her partner, Max Stapley. The two taking the win here each. It's going to be very, very happy days in that household. But what a way to finish the season, to come here to amazing Thailand, get to race for the very first time in paradise, and both take the win. Both very, very happy athletes. As we go back to second place here, Julie Deron, another incredibly strong performance from this Swiss athlete. Every race she lines up for, she gives her absolute best. She's so strong, so versatile.
เข้าไปข้างในก็ปล่อยเข้าไป
She makes her way now towards the finish line. Second position, second place here today for Julie Deron from Switzerland. She grabs that Swiss flag.
Please welcome into the finish, second place overall, 2023 Laguna Phuket Triathlon from Switzerland, Julie Deron.
So Julia Deron from Switzerland, home and hosed in second place here. Wonderful professional field that we've had. It's taken its toll. This gives you just such a perfect indication of how hard it is. She's asking for water. It really is so extremely hot and humid out there. Kate Woff making sure she's okay. The camaraderie amongst these athletes is second to none. These two have been racing each other all year long. But as expected, we knew that these two women would be at the front of the field all day. Kate Woff from Great Britain coming home in first place here today. Julie Deron from Switzerland home in second place. Both wonderful, wonderful ambassadors for the sport of triathlon. Not just fantastic athletes, but fantastic human beings. Max Stapley congratulating Julie Deron. We will be getting an opportunity to hear from our first place female here today, Kate Woff from Great Britain. Down on the finish line. But wow, what a wonderful race we have had here today. Can't wipe the smile off my face. I absolutely love this race. I love this place. Every year I continue to come back. It gets bigger and better every year. So Kate Woff's finish time, 2 hours 46 and 5 seconds. Julie Deron home in a second, 2 hours 47 and 46 seconds. So a minute 41 separating these two on screen. Kate really took control as soon as she stepped into her running shoes. Beautiful runner. Julie was just unable to keep the pace that Kate Woff was able to set early on. Max Studer also there to congratulate both women. So Max Studer home in second place today. And just to give you a quick update for our men, Max Stapley on screen now. We know he is our winner. He is our champion. Max Studer in second. Anthony Costas from France in third. John Woodridge in fourth. Rudy Wild in fifth. Guy Crawford in sixth. And Massimo Sagana in seventh as we go down with our winner.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm obviously over the moon. To put myself like in the history books with all like some of the greatest triathletes at this race is like so cool. It's been a bucket list race for so many years, so yeah, I'm so happy. I definitely didn't make it easy for myself. I had some mechanical issues before the race, and there was a mechanic working on my race while I was swimming. So I didn't even know if my bike was going to be in transition ready for me. So I thought, okay, I need to try and lead out the swim, and then I went the wrong way in the swim, and so I made it a dramatic race, but it was incredible.
Are you happy?
Yeah, I'm buzzing. Yeah, it's like Thailand's beautiful, Phuket is beautiful. The people are amazing and so kind, and yeah, I had a smile on my face the whole way around the run, so yeah, super happy. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So wonderful words from our winner here today, Kate Woff from Great Britain, coming home in first place. Now waiting on the finish line for our third place finisher. Great to see both ladies down there waiting on who will be coming across the line in third place. And it is indeed Sophie Melawacki from Australia. It's been a little confusing because she was entered in the wrong category. She was in the elite category here today. We know she is a professional athlete. So she was missing from our results, but I was keeping an eye on her. I knew that she was running strong. She's managed to overtake Dimity Duke. Beautiful run from Sophie. I knew she was in good form, having come second only 2 weeks ago in the Noosa Triathlon. So Sophie Melawacki from Australia coming home, taking that final spot on the podium here today in third place. We know that Dimity Duke now in fourth place and Alanis Siffert in fifth place. You can see on that screen 31 degrees Celsius for our athletes. That will continue to climb for our age group athletes. So while our professional athletes are almost all done and dusted, for many of our age group athletes, the pain and suffering is only just beginning. But it'll be all worthwhile when we all come together later tonight to celebrate in style one of the greatest award dinners on the planet. So we will go back down onto the finish line for a couple of more interviews with our professional athletes. So just for our viewers out there, Sophie Melawaki home in a time of 2 hours 52:13. So really strong race from Soph. Great to have her here. As I can see, Dimity Lee Duke also about to come across the finish line. I'd recognise that run form anywhere. So Dimity Lee Duke coming home today. Just turned 40 years of age on Friday. Always such a consistent athlete here in Phuket. Coached by the great Jürgen Zach. But home in 4th place today. Really strong race. You can see just in that time, it's gone from 31 to 32 degrees as we're down.
Yeah, thank you very much. Really good swim today. Came out with Max Staple. On the bike he pushed really hard. I lost a bit of time. I had to go my own rhythm. Then on the run I tried to move back up to him, but he had around 3 minutes lead, was a bit too much. But really happy about my performance today and happy about my 2nd place. Yeah. Swim was good, came out with Staple, so that was promising. And then on the bike, I couldn't push as much as the others, so I had to settle back and go my rhythm. And then on the run, I tried to attack again and move up some places. But Max Staple was too strong today, too far away. So congrats to him for a great performance and the win today. Yeah, I'm really happy about 2nd place. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
And what a beautiful smile he has, the young, 27-year-old from Switzerland, Max Studer, in 2nd place, as we can see on screen now. One of the most, if not most, popular Thai athlete ever in the history of triathlon here, Jarrah Jeranay, also coming home. Strong race from Jarrah. We know he's a very, very accomplished runner. Coming home very, very close to his teammate, Dimity Lee Duke. The two have been training partners for many, many years now. So great to see Jarrah. Another strong race in the books for him. But what about that smile from Max Studer? We're going to go back down to that finish line. We've got an interview with our 2nd place finisher today, Julie Deron from Switzerland.
Legs on the run in the end to go really fight for the win, but I'm really pleased. It was a great atmosphere, a really fun race course also, like really challenging, something happening all the time, really tough. And yeah, I'm quite happy with my performance. I think the swim and the bike were really well, and then on the run I was just missing the last gear to go with Kate. Yeah, my strategy was to come out of the swim in the front pack, which worked out really well, and then see what happens on the bike, who's around me, and then I saw we had a little group, and I tried to drop the other girls. I worked a lot in the front, and I thought I dropped Kate at one point, but then she was still there when we got into the transition area, and then she just took off on the run, and I had some stomach issues, so I couldn't really push going with her, so the run was really challenging, really tough to just keep going. But yeah, I'm really happy with the race, and I think it worked out well for what I trained for. Yeah, it was really fun, like a lot of people spectating, it never got boring, like even on the bike course there were always people or school classes cheering, which was really fun and really nice to see the support for the sport locally. Yeah, I'm really happy. Yeah, now I'm also happy to relax for the rest of the day. Thank you. Thanks a lot for having me. Thank you, everyone.
What a wonderful interview there from our second place finisher, Julie Deron from Switzerland. Beautiful woman on and off the field. We know Alana Siffert also just home in fourth place. Right now on screen, though, it is Jareh Jeranai from Thailand, local superstar, has been in the sport of triathlon for many, many years. Very, very accomplished athlete. But you can see Alana Siffert now. This is the Swiss connection. So Alana Siffert right there, our 21-year-old with the elephant. That's all she wanted to do. She wanted to finish with that elephant. That's her partner there, Max Studer. And of course, Julie Deron. Big congratulations all round as we go down to Jareh.
ขอบคุณครับก็นะครับอย่างทุกครั้งนี้เนี่ยเป็นการแข่งของผมครั้งที่20นะครับตั้งแต่ครั้งแรกจนครั้งนี้เนี่ยทุกครั้งในการแข่งขันเนี่ยลากูน่าภูเก็ตไตรกีฬาเนี่ยมันมีมนต์เสน่ห์แล้วก็ความท้าทายผมเองเนี่ยก่อนแข่งทุกคืนจะนอนไม่หลับนะครับก็ไม่ทราบว่าอะไรเกิดขึ้นเหมือนกันเพราะว่าความตื่นเต้นนะครับก็วันนี้เนี่ยก็ทำเต็มที่แล้วนะครับก็ถือว่าถามว่าพอใจกับผลงานไหมก็ต้องยอมรับนะครับว่าปีนี้เนี่ยมีคู่แข่งที่แข็งแกร่งนะครับจากต่างประเทศหลายๆประเทศเข้าร่วมการแข่งขันมากมายดังนั้นเนี่ยผมเองก็ทำดีที่สุดแล้วเพื่อทีมชาติไทยและก็นักกีฬาไตรกีฬาคนไทยก็มีความสุขครับกับผลงานในวันนี้สนามวันนี้เป็นยังไงบ้างครับแต่ละช่วงเลยครับก็สนามวันนี้เนี่ยครับในการว่ายน้ำเนี่ยวันนี้เนี่ยค่อนข้างจะมีลมนะครับลมค่อนข้างจะแรงแต่ว่าอากาศเนี่ยวันนี้เนี่ยจะไม่ร้อนเหมือนทุกปีนะครับเพราะมีลมเย็นๆแต่ลมค่อนข้างแรงก็ตอนปล่อยตัวว่ายน้ำเนี่ยก็เกาะกลุ่มหน้าไปนะครับทะเลตอนว่ายเนี่ยถือว่าดีนะครับแล้วก็อาจจะมีคลื่นนิดหน่อยนะครับอันนี้เป็นธรรมดาของ Open Water นะครับว่ายน้ำเนี่ยก็เจอทะเลสวยๆหาดสวยๆนะครับก็เกาะกลุ่มไปแล้วก็ขึ้นจากน้ำทะเลเนี่ยก็มาว่ายในน้ำทะเลน้ำจืดก็เป็นอะไรที่เหนื่อยมากๆในการว่ายน้ำจืดก็เป็นสีสันของลากูน่าภูเก็ตไตรนะครับส่วนจักรยานวันนี้เนี่ยก็อย่างที่บอกตั้งแต่ตอนแรกว่าลมมันแรงนะครับก็พยายามปั่นเกาะกลุ่มหน้าไปนะครับก็มีกลุ่มด้วยกันประมาณ4คนนะครับก็ดึงเพจขึ้นมานะครับเพื่อที่จะไล่กลุ่มด้านหน้าก็วันนี้ก็พอใจกับจักรยานนะครับก็แข่งได้ปลอดภัยไม่มีอุบัติเหตุเนี่ยก็คือเป้าหมายสำคัญนะครับส่วนวิ่งวันนี้เนี่ยก็ประคองการวิ่งไปที่เพจ4นะครับก็หลุดมานิดหน่อยแต่ก็ถือว่าถามว่าพอใจกับการวิ่งไหมก็ถือว่าพอใจครับก็ผลงานปีนี้เนี่ยก็อาจจะไม่ดีเท่าปีที่แล้วแต่ว่าทุกการแข่งขันเนี่ยผลลัพธ์ออกมาเนี่ยมันไม่เหมือนกันแน่นอนนะครับวันนี้ผมทำดีที่สุดแล้วครับผมอยากให้ฝากอะไรกับทางบ้านกับคนไทยก็อยากจะฝากถึงนักกีฬานะครับที่มีจักรยานเรียบร้อยแล้วมีว่ายน้ำเป็นนะครับก็มาฝึกวิ่งนิดหน่อยไตรกีฬาเนี่ยเป็นกีฬาที่ท้าทายแล้วก็ชาเลนจ์ตัวเองคุณไม่ต้องไปแข่งกับคู่ต่อสู้เลยแค่ครั้งแรกเนี่ยคุณเอาตัวเองเข้าเส้นชัยเนี่ยผมว่ามันเป็นอะไรที่เป็นความภูมิใจอันยิ่งใหญ่นะครับในการจบการแข่งขันไตรกีฬาถือว่าเป็นมนุษย์เหล็กคนหนึ่งครับผมก็มาเล่นกันเยอะๆครับปีหน้าเนี่ยผมอยากจะเห็นนักไตรกีฬานะครับไม่ว่าคนไทยหรือชาวต่างชาติที่อยู่ในเมืองไทยหรือต่างประเทศเนี่ยก็เข้ามาร่วมการแข่งขันกันเยอะๆครับเป็น Race of the Legend นะครับเป็นการแข่งที่พลาดไม่ได้ปีหน้าเนี่ยเป็นการจัดปีที่30ผมว่ามันมีอะไรที่เซอร์ไพรส์นักไทยข้างหน้าแน่นอนครับอัดเข้าไปขอบคุณครับ
ครับนั่นเป็นเจเรจิรนัยนะครับที่เป็นแชมป์แข่ง20ปีติดต่อกันนะครับเป็นแชมป์ของคนไทยนะครับและนี่เป็นบรรยากาศของลากูน่าทั้งหมดนะครับที่ได้ทำการแข่งขันในครั้งนี้นะครับก็มีตั้งแต่อังสนาลากูน่าภูเก็ตนะครับบัญญันทรีภูเก็ตคาเชียภูเก็ตดุสิตธานีลากูน่าภูเก็ตโฮมสวีทลากูน่าทรายลากูน่าภูเก็ตและบัญญันทรีเวญ่าภูเก็ตก็เป็นปีที่29ครั้งที่29นะครับปีหน้าครบ30ครับปีหน้าการแข่งขันลากูน่าภูเก็ตไตรกีฬาจะครบ30ปี
And what a fantastic aerial view of the entire Laguna Phuket area. So many incredible resorts. I've been coming here for over 20 years now. I've had the opportunity to stay in pretty much all of these resorts that we can see on screen right now. My favourite, of course, being the Banyan Tree. I'm renowned as being the Banyan Tree Queen. I love it there. This year in Angsana, also another wonderful resort. All of the professional athletes get put up in one of these resorts. They are very, very lucky. They get to experience the incredible Thai hospitality. A big shout out to Thai tourism, an amazing Thailand. Also to Laguna Phuket Resorts for being such an incredible supporter of this event over the years. And Thai Airways, without these sponsors, we would not be able to hold the race. So incredible work from all of the athletes here today. The ones still out on course. We've got plenty of age group athletes still out on course racing. For our professional athletes, it's almost all over. But great racing from our professional men and women here today. As we go to another great clip on Laguna Phuket Resort. We're going back down to the finish line to interview our third place female, Sophie Melawaki.
Successful at the moment in World Series racing, so I knew the swim was going to be quite tough, and it was just a matter of hanging in there and just executing my own race.
And we are ready for the presentation of the top 3 women.
Yeah, I'd say the first part of the swim was pretty easy. It's nice and buoyant out in the ocean, but then when you dove into the fresh water, it was kind of like having sandbags attached to you. The bike was quite good until you hit the last 15k, and I was like, oh my gosh, these hills are so hard. And then the run, it was scenic. I liked going in the loops. You were always surrounded by lots of other participants. Oh, my strategy. I don't really think I had too much of a strategy. It was more just try to swim with the girls and hang in there and then see how I feel when it comes to the run.
Are you happy for the race today?
I wasn't really happy with my bike, but it's kind of just how it is when you're racing. Sometimes you don't feel as good in areas that you usually would, and you just have to adapt to that. Thank you.
นี่เป็นบรรยากาศสดๆนะครับบริเวณลากูน่าภูเก็ตที่จัดการแข่งขันเป็นปีที่29ครั้งที่29นะครับสำหรับลากูน่าภูเก็ตไตรกีฬาอีกสักครู่จะมีพิธีมอบรางวัลนะครับมอบรางวัลให้กับอันดับ1 2 3ทั้งประเภทอาชีพชายและก็หญิงนะครับลากูน่าภูเก็ตไตรกีฬาครั้งที่29ได้แชมป์ครบทั้งอันดับ1 2 3นะครับครบทั้งชายและหญิงเรียบร้อยแล้วบรรยากาศอันงดงามนะครับเป็นสถานที่ท่องเที่ยวที่นักท่องเที่ยวจากทั่วโลกเดินทางมาสัมผัสบรรยากาศอย่างนี้นะครับ
So a wonderful aerial view now of the transition area. Lots of bikes already made their way back into the transition. So many of our athletes now out onto the run course. But great view there of the Andaman Sea, Bang Tao Bay, where the athletes started their journey this morning. So we are getting ready for our podium celebrations right now. You can see down on screen, down there right now on the finish line, in first place, Kate Woff from Great Britain. In second place, Julie Deron from Switzerland. And rounding out the podium in third, Sophie Melawaki from Australia. Wonderful racing from all 3 of these women here today. And while we have our top 3 women here, coming home in 4th was Dimity Lee Duke of Australia, Alanis Siffert from Switzerland in 5th, Kate Bevilacqua in 6th, and then one of our elite age group athletes, Lindsay Nicol, in 7th place. We know Cassie Heaslip also making her way home. The last of our professional athletes. But wonderful female podium there. Big smiles all around. Very, very happy. The hard work is now done. They'll be back here later tonight to celebrate. There's Alana Siffert on a screen. She was the youngest competitor here today at 21 years of age. Turning 22 on Tuesday. She's the partner of Max Studer, our second place finisher. Only just starting in the sport of triathlon. She's from a swimming background. Has been in Beijing for 6 weeks training with her coach. Oh, as Max Studer gingerly makes his way up onto that second spot. So third place there, Anthony Costas from France. In second place, Max Studer from Switzerland. And of course, on the top spot here today, Maxi Stapley, looking much more sprightly than second place Studer, but great racing from all three men. Max Studer really taking control of this race from the beginning stages of the bike. As I can see in the background, Tim Ford also making his way across the finish line. So great race from Tim Ford. He's been working so extremely hard all week long at the Phoenix Futures Camp that we had here in Phuket. So big shout out to Timmy Ford. Great race as he congratulates Tim Ford, the manager of Max Stapley, and also Kate Woff. He will be a very happy man to now discover that both of these athletes have taken home first place here. Ditching the shoes. A little bit uncomfortable as we get our professional females also up. Look at this, our couple on top of the podium, Max Stapley and Kate Woff. I wonder if this is the first time they've ever done this. Winners, both winners of the same race. But they will be a very happy couple tonight. In second place, Julie Deron and Max Studer from Switzerland, training partners. Their coach will be very happy. And in third place, of course, Sophie Meliwaki of Australia and Anthony Costas of France. But there's no denying it. These two are the superstars of the day. We had this happen recently with Ash Gentle and Josh Amberger when they both took home wins in Malaysia. Great to see it happening here today for Kate Woff and Max Stapley. As we get the elephant in place, ready for the final photos. That's Proper Hemmen on the right-hand side. She works so incredibly hard to make this race happen. But I have a feeling these two will be celebrating tonight, as will these two. But these are your 2023 Laguna Phuket, the Race of Legends, here in amazing Thailand. While it may be over now for our professional athletes, it's only just beginning for many of our age group athletes as they make their way through the bike ride and onto this 12-kilometre run course. I must give a shout out to one of the youngest competitors in this race at 17 years of age, Seymour Baston Kalyan, coming home in 9th place overall here today. What a stunning race from this young athlete. For sure the future of the sport. He was part of our Phoenix Futures camp earlier this week. when he told me he was racing the Laguna Phuket Triathlon. I was actually quite shocked. I thought he would be in the sprint distance, but he wanted to try his hand against the professional athletes. Well, wow, hasn't he done a great job? 9th overall today for young Seymour. But what a shot right now. And if you are looking for any excuse to come and visit Phuket and take part in this wonderful, wonderful event, I think this shot right here, right now, nails it in one. Truly one of the most beautiful places on this planet. So while you look at this incredible view, we will be going back down to Whit Raymond, who will be telling you about next year's race and why every single one of you should put it on your calendar and make your way to amazing Thailand here in Phuket.
Definitely come and visit Laguna Phuket or participate in Laguna Phuket Triathlon. And there are options for you. The 1.8, 55K and 12K run, but there's also a sprint triathlon. So maybe you don't want to do the longer event. You could do the sprint race, or there's a duathlon option. So lots of options. Come and bring your families. It's a beautiful place to bring the families and race the triathlon and relax afterwards.
And that was, of course, Whit Raymond. He's been the key announcer here since 1996. To put that into perspective, the race only started in 1994, so he's missed literally only 2 years of this event. And he has been commentating here year after year after year. It wouldn't be the Laguna Phuket Triathlon without him. Wonderful, wonderful commentator. He'll be down on ground cheering in each and every one of the athletes as they make their way towards the finish line here today. And then he'll be back on the mic again this afternoon, later tonight, for the official awards ceremony. Always renowned as one of the best in the world. And right now, we'll go back to the finish line with Paul Wilson for the final words on why you should all make your way here to Phuket next year. Well, we will be catching up with Paul shortly, as we've got a great shot there of the finish line. It's almost time for me to say goodbye, but we're going to head back down and hear from Paul.
I think Amazing Thailand, the Thai Tourism Authority have done a fantastic job to showcase around the world all of the different unique features that go together to create such an amazing destination such as Thailand. And speaking about Phuket, down here in the south, we have amazing heritage and history. Obviously everybody knows about the food and the weather in Thailand, in the culture and the hospitality, but really overwhelmingly I would say it's about the people. And it's the very natural way of the hospitality and the service. When people come to Thailand, they feel very welcome. And the term before has been the land of smiles, and it really is. And that's why I think Amazing Thailand is a very strong statement, but we can back it up when people come to visit here. I think they leave saying that Thailand was amazing. So for not jumping ahead too much, but next year we have our 30th anniversary of our Laguna Phuket Triathlon, something that we're amazingly proud of, to be the longest standing triathlon in Asia. And also not just for Laguna Phuket, but it's really been the bedrock of Phuket as a sports tourism hub as well, the longest standing event. And since then, since the inception 30 odd years ago, we've also seen other major sporting events develop and become part of the timetable for Phuket Island to be really seen as this active lifestyle, sporty destination that people can visit.
สำหรับคนที่ยังไม่เคยมาแล้วก็แข่งครั้งแรกเนี่ยสนามของลากูน่าภูเก็ตไตรกีฬาเนี่ยเราก็อย่างที่ผมบอกก็คือการว่ายน้ำในทะเลนะครับแล้วก็ว่ายในทะเลเสร็จปั๊บก็มาว่ายในลากูนซึ่งการว่ายน้ำในสัมผัสกับ2น้ำเนี่ยความรู้สึกจะต่างกันซึ่งหาแข่งที่ไหนไม่ได้นะครับผมว่ามีที่นี่ที่เดียวในเมืองไทยหรือว่าผมว่าในเอเชียผมว่าก็มีสนามนี้สนามเดียวที่แข่งได้แบบนี้ดังนั้นเนี่ยถ้าคนที่มาครั้งแรกเนี่ยแน่นอนได้สัมผัสกับบรรยากาศแบบนี้ชัวร์แล้วก็สนามวิ่งเนี่ยเราตอนวิ่งเนี่ยเราจะสามารถวิ่งผ่านพาร์คต่างๆในลากูน่าโดยเฉพาะพาร์ควิ่งของโลตัสลูปก็จะเป็นลูปวิ่งใหม่นะครับของในลากูน่าซึ่งเป็นลูป1 กิโลเมตรค่อนข้างจะสวยนะครับก็คนที่มาเตรียมตัวล่วงหน้าเนี่ยสามารถไปฝึกซ้อมในสนามวิ่งได้ครับก็ไม่มีการจราจรปลอดภัย 100% นะครับ
I think nowadays you have a big choice of triathlon races, but this year definitely stands out because it's not only the race itself, which is very special with this kind of 2-section swim, challenging bike and run on the golf course, but also the whole thing's happening around on that very weekend, like to see all the people, the fantastic after party, the location, the food, the Thai hospitality. So it all comes together, and I would say it's definitely the best place to spend your holidays as well. So why not bring your family, do the race yourself, and then enjoy the whole time together afterwards.
ครับนี่คือบรรยากาศของลากูน่าภูเก็ตนะครับปีนี้การแข่งขันลากูน่าภูเก็ตไตรกีฬาครั้งที่29ก็ผ่านสายตาท่านผู้ชมไปแล้วนะครับก็ประสบความสำเร็จอย่างยิ่งใหญ่ต่อเนื่องเป็นประจำทุกปีแต่ว่าในปีหน้าครับครบรอบ30 ปียิ่งใหญ่กว่าทุกๆครั้งอย่างแน่นอนเชิญชวนนะครับนักไตรกีฬานักท่องเที่ยวมาสัมผัสบรรยากาศการแข่งขันแล้วก็มาท่องเที่ยวได้ที่จังหวัดภูเก็ตนะครับเห็นจากการถ่ายทอดแล้วอาจจะไม่จุใจก็มาสัมผัสของจริงได้เลยนะครับเป็นสถานที่ท่องเที่ยวระดับโลกนักท่องเที่ยวต่างชาติก็ให้ความนิยมมาแข่งขันมากมายมาสัมผัสบรรยากาศการท่องเที่ยวที่มีทั้งเรื่องของอาหารเรื่องของธรรมชาติเรื่องของกิจกรรมให้ได้สัมผัสกันอย่างจุใจ
While we get a bird's eye view of this incredible facility here, this amazing resort, Laguna Phuket. Just want to give you one final roundup of our race today. In our professional men's race, Max Stapley, I knew I'd get it mixed up at some stage. Max Stapley from Great Britain home in first, Max Studer in second, Anthony Costas from France in third, and in fourth, Joel Woodridge from Australia, fifth, Rudy Wild from Switzerland, rounding out our top five. In our women's race, Kate Woff from Great Britain taking home that top spot, Julie Deron from Switzerland in second, Sophie Malawaki from Australia in third, Demony Lee Duke also from Australia in fourth, and Alanis Siffert from Switzerland coming home in fifth. Incredible racing today from our professional males and females. If you don't have this race on your schedule for next year, all I can say is take a look at the scenes, at the view you are getting on screen right now. and make it a priority. It is truly one of the most beautiful races in the world. So while our professional men and women are done and dusted, our age group athletes are still making their way around this race course, but we've got a wonderful highlights package of the race as it unfolded today. Enjoy.
นี่เป็นไฮไลท์ของการแข่งขันลากูน่าภูเก็ตไตรกีฬาครั้งที่ 29 นะครับตั้งแต่ออกสตาร์ทว่ายน้ำในทะเลว่ายน้ำในทะเลสาบน้ำจืดเปลี่ยนมาเป็นปั่นจักรยานทั้งมืออาชีพชายและหญิงนะครับซึ่งเราทราบผลการแข่งขันไปแล้วและนี่ก็เป็นตำนานนักไตรกีฬาของไทยในรายการลากูน่าภูเก็ตไตรกีฬานะครับเจเรเชียรนัยแข่งต่อเนื่องมา20 ปีแล้วนะครับก็ปีหน้าเชิญชวนนะครับผู้ที่สนใจเห็นแล้วรู้สึกอยากจะทดสอบอยากจะทดลองอยากจะเอาชนะตัวเองนะครับหรือว่าชนะกับการแข่งขันทั้ง3ประเภทเข้าร่วมแข่งขันลากูน่าภูเก็ตไตรกีฬาครั้งที่30ในปีหน้าครบ30ครั้งที่30ก็ยิ่งใหญ่กว่าทุกครั้งอย่างแน่นอนนะครับเชื่อเหลือเกินว่าบรรดาแชมป์หรือว่าอดีตแชมป์น่าจะมาร่วมการแข่งขันนี่คุณเต๋าสมชายเข็มกลัดนะครับเชื่อว่าศิลปินดารานักแสดงอาจจะมีเพิ่มขึ้นในปีหน้าโดยธรรมชาติการวิ่งการปั่นจักรยานการว่ายน้ำนั้น ส่วนใหญ่ก็ทำได้อยู่แล้วแต่ว่าต้องการความท้าทายกับตัวเองก็มาร่วมแข่งขันได้ทั้งมืออาชีพมือสมัครเล่นโดยเฉพาะนักท่องเที่ยวนะครับมีทั้งระยะสั้นระยะสปรินต์ก็มีให้ได้ทดสอบนะครับทดสอบความสามารถ
So what a race we had here today in Laguna Phuket Triathlon, the 29th year of this race. Spectacular professional men's and women's races. We can see Max Stapley, he led pretty much from when that gun went off this morning at 6:30 and he never really looked back. He took control of the race on the bike ride. He continued to forge forward on that run. We had Anthony Costas from France having a great bike ride to push himself up into second place, heading out on the 12-kilometre run. But it wouldn't be too long before the Swissman himself, Max Studer, would be able to overtake Anthony, make his way up into second place. In the women's race, of course, it was Kate Woff and Julie Deron from Switzerland who were neck to neck during the swim and the bike, but it was Kate Woff that was able to take control on the run, putting some space between herself and Julie Deron. Max Studer surely with the fastest run split of the day, chasing down Max Stapley. The superstar himself from Thailand, Jare Jarani, he's been a long-time supporter of this race. Definitely the most favourite of athletes out there. But Kate Woff and Max Stapley, both athletes taking control. Max Stapley from Great Britain coming home with the win, doing it in style, saluting the crowds. He's a real character of our sport. This man on screen, Anthony Costas, would have to settle for third place, with Studer coming home in second place. And then Kate Woff from Great Britain, having taken the lead from the beginning stages of the run, holding it all the way. Of course, it was a partner affair for these two partners in crime, able to take the top spot here today. In second place, Julie Deron from Switzerland. Great race from Julie. She really had given it everything. And what a podium we have. Max Stapley, Kate Woff, Julie Deron, Max Studer, and then Sophie Melawacki and Anthony Costas. And so while our professional men and women are done, great shot there of our transition. We have our overall results. Max Stapley from Great Britain coming home in a time of 2 hours 32:53. Max Studer from Switzerland, Great Britain for Max Stapley. Switzerland for Max Studer in 2 hours 34:09. And in third place and rounding out our podium, Anthony Costas from France coming home in 2 hours 35:06. In our women's race, Kate Woff from Great Britain, 2 hours 46:04. Julie Deron from Switzerland, 2 hours 47:45, home in second place. And in third place, Sophie Malawecki from Australia, home in 2:52:12. Wonderful, wonderful racing from our professional men and women. Well, it's been the most incredible event yet again here in Laguna Phuket, Thailand. It's called the Race of Legends for a reason. We've got the hashtag Amazing Thailand for a reason. One of the greatest, most beautiful races on the planet. Next year, well, we've got something incredibly special. We will be celebrating the 30th year of this event. What started with only 198 competitors has grown to over 1,000 competitors. I cannot wait for the anniversary year next year. I was here for the 20th and I will be back for the 30th. I know that this is 100% a race you need to put on your schedule. It is going to be exciting. It is going to be bigger and better than ever. So thank you very much for joining me today. My name is Belinda Granger. It's been my pleasure in bringing this race to you today from Phuket, Thailand. A big thank you to Werasak, my partner in crime on the mic today in the live booth. He will be back with me next year as well. Thank you so much.
ครับก็จบลงอย่างสมบูรณ์แบบนะครับสำหรับลากูน่าภูเก็ตไตรกีฬาครั้งที่ 29 นะครับปีหน้านะครับเชิญชวนให้นักท่องเที่ยวนักไตรกีฬาทั้งชาวไทยและชาวต่างชาติมาร่วมการแข่งขันนะครับครบรอบ 30 ปีนะครับครั้งที่ 30 ยิ่งใหญ่อย่างแน่นอนนะครับมาสัมผัสบรรยากาศที่สุดยอดเป็นที่ชื่นชอบของนักท่องเที่ยวทั่วโลกนะครับชาวไทยก็มาท่องเที่ยวมาสัมผัสบรรยากาศการแข่งขันได้แม้กระทั่งในช่วงที่ไม่มีการแข่งขันนะครับช่วงฤดูกาลท่องเที่ยวนะครับให้สมกับเป็น Amazing Thailand นะครับวันนี้ครับเวลาของการถ่ายทอดการแข่งขันลากูน่าภูเก็ตไตรกีฬาหมดแล้วนะครับขอบคุณสำหรับการติดตามชมครับขอบคุณผู้ให้การสนับสนุนในการแข่งขันนะครับการท่องเที่ยวแห่งประเทศไทยและบริษัทการบินไทยจำกัดมหาชนลาไปก่อนนะครับพบกันใหม่กับปีหน้านะครับสวัสดีครับ